I got Cello on one side and on the right, and a numeral on the left.
It's time for Savage Storm football on the Southeastern Sports Network. The Savage Storm are brought to you by Choctaw Casinos and Resorts, First United Bank, the Chutta Foundation, and the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma. Savage Storm Athletics are sponsored by U.S. Cellular, Shelburne Heating and Air, Cherokee Communications, and El Caporal. The Savage Storm are also brought to you by Burridge Law, Westside Family Dentistry, Stuteville Chevrolet, and Shamrock Bank. Also sponsoring the Savage Storm, Taco Casa, your local Texoma Chevy dealers, Excel Therapy, and The Wine Cellar. The Savage Storm are brought to you in part by Sparlin Realty, Applebee's, The Artisan at Brick Street Hotel, Buffalo Wild Wings, and Arnett Insurance. The Savage Storm are sponsored in part by Durant Lumber, your farmer's insurance agent, Al Olson, Discover Durant, Blue River Winery, and Green Spray Food Center. And now let's head to the field for Savage Storm football.
Welcome in, everyone. On a Thursday evening, we get set to kick off the 2025 season. It is Southeastern Oklahoma State University playing host to the University of Arkansas Monticello here on the Southeastern Sports Network. We come to you today from Paul Laird Field at the newly named Spend Life Wisely Stadium, of course, sponsored by First United Bank. Fitting that we will say that in our First United Bank pregame show, as the temperatures have risen since the midday degree of 87, where now it is inching into the 90s, and the newly laid turf here at Paul Laird Field. It is definitely sun-soaked on a Thursday night opener for Southeastern Oklahoma State. Coach Bo Atterbury, now in his second stint here at Southeastern. He's coming in to his third year and coming off of back-to-back 5 and 6 seasons, looking to ride the ship against a team that a year ago Southeastern shut out 27-0 as their head coach, Hud Jackson, now in the 15th year he has been at Arkansas Monticello. They have been stellar starters over the past couple of seasons, but last season finishing up 4 and 7 respectively. Southeastern preseason number 5 in the Great American Conference, while Arkansas Monticello preseason number 9, and of course those polls conducted by the conference coaches. Coming up, it is the First United Bank pregame show. We'll have our first conversation of the year with Coach Bo Atterbury. We'll talk about some of the subtractions and some of the additions, including a new offensive coordinator in Rich McGuire, a guy that has a ton of experience coaching down in South Texas in the Houston area, and a new offensive line run coordinator coach in Southeastern alum Shane Fletcher. We'll talk about that and more, plus our player spotlight. We get it started now. It's the First United Bank pregame show on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Life is yours to spend. Spend it quietly. Spend it as loud as you can. First United Bank. Spend life wisely.
Visit Durant, Oklahoma, where the people are just as special as our town. From our bustling main street full of boutiques, stores, and recreational shops everyone can enjoy, to our wide variety of family-friendly and fine dining options. You can enjoy cultural experiences at the newly opened Choctaw Cultural Center, or tons of water recreation activities on Lake Texoma. Durant is a weekend of fun waiting to happen. Plan your next adventure at discoverdurant.com.
The Choctaw Cultural Center is so much more than a museum. It's an adventure. Hear the living stories of our vibrant people and walk in the footsteps of our ancestors. Understand the ways of the warrior, then let your inner child play. Learn a delicious new skill or eat your fill at the cafe. We can't wait to welcome you into our dance circle. Explore and discover the past, present, and the future of the Choctaw people. Plan your visit today at ChoctawCulturalCenter.com.
Chevy makes America's most dependable trucks, like the rugged Colorado, the highly capable Silverado 1500, the powerful Silverado HD, and the uncompromising Silverado EV. In every Chevy truck, dependability comes standard.
It's Chevy Truck Month. Well-qualified buyers can get 2.9% financing for 72 months on Silverado 1500 models.
Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Life is yours to spend. Spend it with small steps. Spend it with giant leaps. First United Bank. Spend life wisely.
Welcome back to the First United Bank pregame show here on the Southeastern Sports Network. It is our first Coaches Conversation of the year, and of course joined by Coach Bo Atterbury. How are you doing today, sir?
Doing great. Thank you guys for having me.
Good summer?
You betcha. Had a great time and got caught up on some things and excited to be back.
So you come into this season and, just looking at the preliminary depth chart, you lose, and that's just kind of the process. You lose some guys on the offensive side. You lost some talented guys on the defensive side. Who are some of the names that you look at that we need to know coming into this season?
Yeah, I think there's quite a list that got some reps last year, and we've created some more depth. But of course, DJ Brown's back, Kobe Jennings on the outside, Nunez is back out there, and then a couple guys up front, and lost some pieces, but do have some experience coming back. And quarterback played a little and broke his foot last year, so we'll see what that looks like, but excited about the guys. And then we've got some new pieces that have come in and done well in fall camp, and haven't actually seen them in a game with us, but excited about the opportunity for them as well.
I was a little bit surprised, I guess, in the first look at the two deep. I didn't realize that you had as much back on the offensive line as you did. Is that where it all starts for you guys this year, especially how deep you are in the running back?
Yeah, absolutely. A Wrigley Kennedy, Dorian Maple, a Trenton Jones, and then an addition of a couple others, and then a redshirt freshman and Darian Minor, Reagan Wade. Feel like we've got a few more numbers there. Staying healthy and depth in this game, in this league, is very important. So feel like we've done some things there. On the defensive line, you got Seabach and Hood back, along with some others with some experience. Braden Winters at the linebacker, Will Wallace. Just spoke to Day, and he'll get some more playing time on defense. And then, a host of guys in the secondary that have gotten some reps, but they'll have to play a little bit more. But some good competition everywhere.
How do you feel? Does it all start this year? People typically say it all starts up front. And Grant, you mentioned two of those guys in Hood and Seabach. But looking at the linebacking core looks really solid this year. Is that where it begins for you guys?
Well, for them to be good, the guys in front of them have to be good. And we're always looking for like a 1 and a 1A up front on the D-line with different tempos and different styles of offense. It takes several guys to get that job done. So usually the guys behind the D-line go as the D-line goes. So it starts there. And those linebackers are good, but they're not as good without, having some guys up front doing their job.
Now, this is more just a football conversation, so to speak, but remember last year, people were talking about the portal, and your mindset was, hey, we'll talk with players, we'll help them if they want to go, whatever. Let's talk about those, though, that decide to stay. And again, looking at the depth chart, guys that have been here, worked their way up. You mentioned Day, Tatarian Johnson. He's one of those guys that has hung around. He's worked his way up. Jonathan Cobb, one of those guys that have worked their way up. For you as a head coach, how much does that, how proud are you of those guys embracing your process? And does it even hit a little bit harder with it that they stick with your university, a place that you're an alum of?
Yeah, I was going to say my process is one thing, but Southeastern is the big picture, and just so glad from an administrative standpoint. And those guys, we want to make it a tough decision on them to, leave if there's something possibly better for them. But excited to have those guys back. It's just like coaches, players, some continuity there goes a long way.
Talk about coaches. You got some new additions this year. Talk about those guys.
Yeah, two former high school coaches in Texas, a lot of experience, not only on the offensive side of the ball, but just from running a program perspective, helps me quite a bit and us. So excited to have those guys, in Rich McGuire as the offensive coordinator, and then Shane Fletcher as the offensive line coach and run game coordinator. Excited about what those guys bring to the table, and excited about going into week one.
For you as a head coach, we talk about players beating up on one another throughout preseason. How excited are you to be able to see your team go against someone else and see them hit someone else and run past someone else, hopefully.
Yeah, I thought this question may come up. We're getting to that point in the fall camp and preseason where kind of getting tired of going against each other, and we're getting some looks at our first opponent, but they're excited about it. And there's nothing you can do in the summer to prepare for fall camp. There's not really anything you can do in fall camp to prepare for that first week. So very excited. It's the unknown that you can't kind of put your finger on exactly what's going to happen, but excited about this group and what we're going to see, I think.
Of course, you have Arkansas Monticello coming in here with things like the portal. How much has that changed how reliable scouting is, especially for that first game? Because there are going to be a ton of personnel changes, whereas 4 or 5 years ago, you could sit there and go, well, this guy's back, this is probably what they're going to do. How much has that changed your guys' preparation?
Yeah, we were just having that conversation, maybe they're not even on the roster yet, but their Twitter handle or X handle says still here or still there, and you're like, wonder if they're going to show up or not. So again, that's that unknown from our own player perspective, what it's going to look like in the game, and then who are they bringing is the question. But we know we'll get their best, and we just want to be at our best each week, and that's what we're looking forward to doing.
Getting to open the season at home, how much of a thrill is that for you?
I think it's huge, on a Thursday night with all the students and then the community. Very excited about being at home.
Again, talking with Coach Bo Atterbury. Coach, as always, appreciate the time and look forward to doing another season with you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Of course, coming up, we have our player spotlight on the way. Datarian Johnson, he is coming up after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Steubenville Chevrolet in Durant is proud to support Savage Storm Athletics. And with the same pride, resilience, and strength as Savage Storm fans, Steubenville Chevrolet is proud to be Durant Chevy dealer. When you need a new car, truck, or SUV, the Steubenville team is ready to find your perfect tailgate vehicle. No need to leave town to find what you want. Stay local, buy your Chevrolet the Steubenville way, and go Savage Storm.
Looking for the perfect spot to unwind? Blue River Valley Winery is the place to be, with breathtaking views, amazing food, and unforgettable wine. It's the perfect escape. Whether you're planning a wedding, a family gathering, or just a peaceful afternoon, we've got something special for you. Come visit us at Blue River Valley Winery, located on Sawmill Road in Caddo. Be sure to follow us on Facebook, Blue River Valley Winery.
When it rains, it pours, so it's important for you to get the coverage that meets your needs. Farmers Insurance Agent Al Olson can help you understand your options so you can prepare for what the forecast brings. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two. Learn more by calling Agent Al Olson at 580-924-3898 to find out how he can help you protect the things that matter most to you. That's Al Olson at 580-924-3898.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Underwritten by Farmers Truck Fire Insurance Exchanges and Affiliates. Products not available in every state.
Since 1971, Westside Family Dentistry has been committed to enhancing the natural beauty and function of your smile while improving your oral and overall health. Using state-of-the-art technology, our friendly staff will take care of all your needs, from routine care, crown and bridge, implants, and even orthodontics, including Invisalign. Westside Family Dentistry is the premier choice to create beautiful, healthy smiles for the whole family.
Craving bold flavors and good vibes? Come on down to El Caporal Mexican Restaurant and Bar, your local fiesta headquarters. Sizzle your taste buds with Tex-Mex favorites, fresh seafood dishes, and don't forget their legendary top-shelf margaritas. Shaken, stirred, and always served with a smile. Whether it's date night, family night, or Margarita Monday, El Caporal is the place to be. El Caporal, where every night feels like a fiesta. Visit today. Taste the tradition, stay for the fun.
Welcome back, everyone. First United Bank pregame show here on the Southeastern Sports Network. Time now for our player spotlight, shining on one of the linebackers here in the 25 season, talking with Datarian Johnson. How you doing today, sir?
I'm doing good, sir. It's a pleasure to be with y'all.
Well, so got to ask you, so close to home, people that follow Texoma football, your former Denison Yellow Jacket, what's it like getting to play college game just miles away from where you grew up?
Man, it's honestly a blessing. Like, the family's right there. You know, the good home cooked meals is right there. Like, you just really can't beat it.
Did that play into your decision-making process, the good home cooked meals?
I'm not gonna lie, it had a slight different in it, yeah.
So, and this is one of the things, I mean, because of course, Coach Atterbury always talks about the process. And I remember you coming out of Denison, you were, a darn good football player, obviously played college, but you had other options out there. Talk about coming to Southeastern, starting out on the bottom of the depth chart, and now working your way up to a point where, of course, you took a lot of snaps last season, and this season as starter. Talk about that process for you.
Oh, yeah, so it was definitely a grind for sure. It was definitely a grind. But the family, the brothers, is what made it easier to keep grinding and keep going. But like you said, being at home was a big thing in it. The brotherhood was a big thing in it. And also like the coaches, we did a transfer like through the coaches and stuff. Having that second group of coaches to come in here and bring you under, like they recruited you here. Like that also felt good, and like I said, just a grind, just a day-to-day grind.
Talk about the linebacking core, because that's where I think everything this year defensively starts. You guys lost some guys up front. Grant, you got guys that contributed last year but weren't necessarily starting. But linebacker-wise, you got your old buddy Will Wallace there.
Yep.
You got Winters there. How much do you expect out of this linebacking group this season?
Man, I think it's going to be probably the best linebacker core that we've had in a minute. We got some talent coming from Braden Winters. He's an older dude. He brings the energy, like knows he knows what to expect out of us, and we know what to expect out of him. And that's what get us to play to our best is whenever when they don't go time, we fit in everybody else's energy.
A unique opportunity too, playing with Wallace, a guy that you played with.
Yeah, and went to high school.
What's that like? I mean, that would help the communication a lot.
Yeah. So it's a little different. He was the middle linebacker. He was the word on our defense. He was right in the middle. I was like, but now we have Braden Winters. Like that's basically I wouldn't say the head of the linebackers. The play caller. But it's also like. I wouldn't say like high school, but just having that brother that you did play with high school with come now playing college with you, like it's definitely a.
I would think that would add to the experience a lot because it is unique. Yeah. Not everybody gets that opportunity.
Right. Just knowing like this is a brother that I went to high school with. Now he's in college with me. Like we still got that good bond. Like it's something nice.
Given the steps it's taken for you to go from bottom of the depth chart now to starter, what advice would you give to a high school senior that's looking at their options this season going into recruiting?
Man, I would say none of this is easy. None of this is easy. You got to wake up and every day and put a grind to it. I mean, like I said, none of it's easy. From if you think you're the best, from when you are the best. You just got to stay in that film room, stay with your coaches.
Was there an eye-opening with you, what you're saying right now, was there an eye-opening moment for you as a freshman of like, oh, dang, I might need to step it up a little bit? Was there
of course. Like coming in here, I'm thinking I know football, but then there's like different things. Like I didn't know every formation that came out there, and like that's just something that in football, you just being an athlete can take you a long way. With college, you have to actually know the book. You got to know what you're looking at. You got to have good eye, hand placement. All the little things got to be done right in college.
So now you go into the season opener, Arkansas Monticello. How excited are you to finally get to hit a quarterback? Because I know they protect those guys during the preseason practices. How excited are y'all to actually get to go after someone?
Man, kind of speechless, but it's gonna get crazy. It's gonna get crazy. We haven't been able to hit everybody in like a minute. Like even our own teammates, when we go live, we're not trying to just smash those guys, but smashing a guy that's not on your team, I promise it's gonna get wicked. It's gonna get wicked. Make it a lot easier. Make it it's just gonna be some fun though. There's gonna be some fun and some things for y'all to watch for sure.
Again, talking to Dataria Johnson. He is our player spotlight for this week. Time for our hot seat segment, 5 things you spontaneously react. You mentioned home cooking. Favorite home cooked meal?
I would have to say some good mustard greens and just fried chicken. Can't nothing go wrong with some good mustard greens, fried chicken, and some type of mashed potatoes or mac and cheese.
Mac and cheese.
Something like that.
Favorite thing to do away from the football field?
I would probably have to say maybe shop for shoes and something like that.
You got a brand?
A brand? Under Armour.
Okay.
I like the Under Armour, but if it's some shoes or something, I'd probably say some Jordans.
Okay.
Yeah.
Favorite female musician?
Musician, like a singer? Or?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a hard one.
I always love dropping this on guys.
Man.
It's tough for you.
I'd probably say like somebody like Sexy Red or something like that.
Okay. Then what's it mean to be a member of Southeastern football?
Man, it's a blessing. Just like that, it's a blessing. That's all I got to say. It's a blessing, man.
Again, Tarian Johnson, he is our player spotlight for this week. Sir, again, congratulations on moving up the ranks. Look forward to covering you this season, and good luck this year in having a successful season.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Of course, coming up, we've got more of the First United Bank pregame show, the season opener versus Arkansas Monticello. We continue on after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
This August and September at Choctaw Casino and Resort Durant, we're giving away $1.4 million in cash and trucks during our Gas Monkey Garage giveaway. Play with your Choctaw Rewards Club card to earn entries into cash drawings every Saturday. And in our final drawing on September 27th, Richard Rawlings will announce the winner of a custom 2025 F-150 from Gas Monkey Garage. Only at Choctaw Casino and Resort Durant.
If college is in your future, then scholarship applications should be too. Visit ChetaFoundation.com for dozens of scholarship opportunities. Whether you're a high school senior or pursuing a doctorate level degree, Choctaw Tribal members will find competitive scholarships for every level of education. Applications for the Cheta Foundation open on January 15th, but you can start planning now. For more information, visit the scholarship page at ChetaFoundation.com. That's CHAHTA Foundation.com.
When you're dealing with an insurance company, you're already behind the eight ball. And the only way to get a level playing field is to hire an attorney.
We treat each and every case and each and every client as if they are a friend and neighbor, because that is how we view them.
You'll get the best service. You're going to have the best people working on your case. That I can promise.
Burridge Law Firm. Call 580-920-0700 or visit burridgelaw.com.
Cherokee Communications believes good things come in threes, like 3-pointers, epic movie trilogies, and great home service. That's why Cherokee offers HD TV, high-speed internet, and home phone. And right now, you can get any service or all three for one low cost. Get HD TV, internet, and home phone from Cherokee Communications and score 3 for the home team. Visit CherokeeCom.com today.
Welcome back, everyone, to Paul Laird Field, the season opener this evening for Southeastern Oklahoma State as they play host to conference foe Arkansas Monticello. Jay Lindley alongside Rob Johnson here on the First United Bank pregame show. Of course, this game being broadcasted on radio as well as the Go Southeastern YouTube channel. You can subscribe to that and, of course, get alerts anytime that we are going live. And, of course, video broadcasts on home games as the video technical director, one Bob Sullins. The sun's still shining brightly on the new turf here at Paul Laird Field. The SE insignia, the royal blue trimmed in yellow gold, overlaying the outline of the buffalo head, the bison head down there that stretches from the 38 to the 38-yard line on each side of the 50. Jay Lindley alongside Rob Johnson. Rob, glad to be back with you, bud.
Football fans, it's time to meet the starting lineup.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and get right into it. It's the First United Bank pregame show, and let's dive into our new segment. Or it's not a new segment, it's a renamed segment. How about the storm forecast, brought to you by the Wine Cellar Beer Runs. They are a sport, and at the Wine Cellar, they're your MVP. Take it away, Rob.
From Sherman, Texas, number 79, Darian Miner. Starting in right guard.
I mean, bottom line is you got a new OC, you got a new run game coordinator, but Southeastern brings about 25 or 30 kids that got significant time or started games last year, and they need to use that experience and play hard. That said, Arkansas Monticello has so many new players and unknowns. Southeastern needs to be prepared to adjust in game.
Of course, taking a look at, Arkansas Monticello was talking with Jimmy Sledge, play-by-play voice of the Boll Weevils. 75 new players. You talk about a roster turnover, 75 new players for a head football coach William Hud Jackson, now in his 15th year. Read some interesting articles leading up to the day in the Pine Bluff Commercial. That's their newspaper out there. And Coach Jackson talking about wanting fall camp to be more physical, and they feel that they've accomplished that. And talking with Coach Bo Atterbury down on the field just prior to getting up to the box, asking him, hey, how you feel? And he goes, really, at this point, it's kind of the unknown.
Right.
We've been doing this against ourselves, but we really don't know what we have until we get it out there on the field. Let's go ahead and take a look at the starters. They are brought to you by the Chutta Foundation. The Chutta Foundation, a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping tribal members achieve levels of higher education. They have an outstanding scholarship program. Visit ChuttaFoundation.com to find out more of the application process for that, beginning in the new year, January of 2026. Taking a look up front, a pair of returning starters at the tackle position in Wrigley Kennedy, the junior from Kingfisher, Oklahoma, and Dorian Maple, the junior from Crandall, Texas. While the guards, new players, James Best, a transfer in from Cisco Junior College, a 6'3", 310-pound junior, while Trenton Jones saw action a year ago, the senior from Crowley, Texas, and anchoring that offensive line, a sophomore from Sherman, Texas, in Darian Miner. His dad, by the way, played at what was formerly Texas A&M Commerce, which is now East Texas A&M. Taking a look at the receivers, big returner and all-conference performer. He is a mismatch of all sorts, 6'7", 191-pound junior in Kobe Jennings. He is the leading receiver from a year ago, had 30 catches for 518 yards and 5 touchdowns, while Jack Sternberger, Victor Taylor, and Gabe Corona make out the rest of the receiving core. And that takes us to our key player tonight. He's one of many in that backfield, but for Rob Johnson, Southeastern's impact player on offense tonight, DJ Brown.
Yeah, he wears number 20. He's going to start in the backfield, but they're going to rotate running backs in there. Donovan Shannon, Jonathan Cobb, all of whom got significant carries last year. But DJ Brown's certainly the senior leader in that room. And we Southeastern out in Monticello last year had 263 yards rushing. So would love to see a copy-paste and maybe even get that sucker over 300 today just to assert your physicality.
Boll Weevils a year ago, they were a league worst in rush defense, allowing 225 yards rushing per game. Brown for last season, 721 yards rushing, comes into today just 45 yards away from breaking the 1,500-yard rushing mark. And the quarterman returning back, you heard Coach Atterbury allude to it. Earlier last season, Luke Hohenberger goes down, what turned out to be a broken foot. Yes, he was playing at times on a broken foot last year. No wonder he was struggling. He's back, the 6'2", 202-pounder from Paris, Texas. Taking a look at the Boll Weevil defense, a new look. They make some changes, and let's go ahead and begin with their key player making the move from a weak side linebacker down to what is essentially an edge rusher, Devontae Bond, the 6'2", 235-pound senior.
Yeah, he wears number 48, and you mentioned he's moving down from linebacker to listed as a defensive end, but I expect to see him really focus on that edge rush hybrid kind of role. He's a senior. He's a returning starter. And frankly, it's pretty clear that they intend for him to be their game breaker.
Opposite end is Jaquan Frank, while the middle of the defensive line, Keith Wells Jr., one of the lone returning starters on that defense, along with Devontae Bond, who we just mentioned, and then a 6'2", 305-pound junior in Nick Booker Brown. Taking a look at the outside linebackers, Dejon Dawson, Rashad Jackson, while in the middle, Gregory Evans, a 6'2", 230-pound junior, and a transfer in from East Mississippi Community College. The corners, Charles Thomas and Dion Biggs, all fresh starters. Thomas, a transfer in from Louisiana Monroe, and the safeties, Caden Dominy, who did play for the Boll Weevils a year ago, saw limited action, played just 3 games, and the strong safety, Terrell Taylor. Taking a look at the offense for the Boll Weevils, let's begin with their impact player, and I believe it all starts up front for you.
Absolutely, it's that offensive line. They've got 3 returning starters. They're all on the offensive line. It's Carson Berg, Deshaun Leonard, and Terry Claiborne that you'll talk about in more detail in a second. But the bottom line is, we all know, if you can't win the line of scrimmage, it doesn't matter how many brand new skill players you got. Everything stops.
Taking a look at those starters, the left tackle, a new starter junior in Jack Chasian. He was a backup a year ago. The right tackle, a returning starter and sophomore in Jarrett Morrow, while the left guard, a returning starter in Carson Berg. The right guard, a new body, 6'2", 310-pound senior in Anton Stapleton, and a returning starter at center in the 315-pound senior Deshaun Leonard. This is an offensive line, though. Last year allowed 30 sacks, previously allowed 35 sacks in the 2023 campaign. And you take a look at that offense, they averaged 310 yards of offense per game a season ago. Receiving-wise, we take a look. A.K. Hasley, the one guy with catches in that receiving corps from a year ago, as he had 2 catches for 18 yards and a touchdown, while T.J. Fields and Amari Cox and Chaston Collins round out the receiving corps. The backfield, they're a little bit banged up going through that physical fall camp. It appears that Jalen Sultan will be the starter, 5'9", 190-pound junior, played at Horn Lake, Mississippi, and a transfer in from Itawamba Community College. And we'll touch on some of their alum in a moment. A season ago there at Itawamba Community College, 87 carries, 376 yards, and 3 touchdowns. And that takes us to the starter that was basically named just 48 hours ago by Coach Jackson, and the redshirt junior, Tavion Falk. And if you're a college football fan, you know the name Kevin Falk, standout at LSU, a member of the College Football Hall of Fame and a former New England Patriot. Well, Kevin Falk is Tavion Falk's uncle. In addition to that, mentioned Itawamba Community College. How about this list of alum? Joe Horn, Darius Slay, who just signed a nice contract a couple of years ago, and Deuce Staley. Taking a look at the starters tonight for Southeastern Oklahoma State defensively, as we look up front, the ends, Dylan Seabach, a returner, played a lot a year ago as a backup, and D'Angelo Shanks, also a starter at the tail end of the year, the junior from Westmore, Oklahoma. While that takes us to our key player, moving from the nose guard to the 3 technique in Jordan Hood.
Yeah, big Jordan Hood. He's a lot bigger, at least on paper. We'll have to see if he really plays that way, but he's moving from the nose tackle out to a 3 technique. He wears number 93. Lots of experience, and he's got a chance out at that 3 technique to have a different perspective and really wreak some havoc, which he did from the nose tackle position, but should have even a little more freedom at the 3 technique.
36 tackles, 7.5 for a loss a year ago, and 2 sacks. He has 80 career tackles through 2 seasons for Southeastern. Filling in that void at nose is Joshua Johnson, the guy that they're very high on, a guy, interestingly enough, from Joshua, Texas, and he is a transfer in from Southwest Baptist. Taking a look at the linebackers, you got 2 returners in that linebacking core. Will Wallace, the Denison, Texas native, and transfer in from Idaho State, 58 stops a year ago. Opposite he is Tatarian Johnson, another former Denison Yellow Jacket. He was our player spotlight at the strong backer position. And in the middle, Braden Winters, the redshirt junior from Bartlesville, Oklahoma. The corners, Cameron Fields and Cole McKnight, a returning starter from Flower Mound Marcus. And the safeties, Keith Wright Jr. and Trevion Butler, the sophomore from Palm Bay, Florida. That defense a year ago, they were outstanding. 3 touchdowns for the defense last season. And, of course, the lone shutout a year ago coming against Arkansas Monticello. Coming up, more of the First United Bank pregame show. We continue after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Beer runs, straight up competitive. And the wine cellar, we're MVP. From ice-cold game day beer to craft brews that impress your hipster buddies. And premium spirits smoother than a quarterback spiral. We've got your victory celebration in a bottle. Don't show up empty-handed. Show up legendary. And proud partner of the Southeastern Sports Network. The Wine Cellar Liquor Store, Radio Road, Durant. Drink better. Celebrate more.
We recently asked listeners to describe the super nachos off the Taco Casa's super menu. Here are their stories.
I love that when you order the super nachos to go, they separate the chips from the toppings into different containers so that I get to have crispy chips.
The Super Nachos, only on the super menu at Taco Casa, located on 1st Street in Durant and Southbound 75 in Calera. Taco Casa, real fresh, real food, real good.
At Excel Therapy, our expertise extends beyond sports. We also offer dedicated rehabilitation for seniors, helping you maintain mobility and independence. Plus, we provide effective workers' comp rehabilitation to support a speedy return to work. With clinics in Ardmore and Durant, Excel Therapy is the community's trusted choice for top-quality orthopedic and sports medicine care. Visit exceltherapyok.com to learn more. Excel Therapy, where we excel at helping you excel.
The Pick 6 meal for 2 is back at Buffalo Wild Wings of Sherman. Choose 2 entrees, 2 sides, and 2 fountain drinks for just $19.99. Dine in only. Some restrictions apply. Pick 6 meal for 2, perfect for all the games or just hanging out. All with 1 giant screen and 45 50-plus-inch TVs, so you never miss the game. Open 11 to midnight Sunday through Wednesday and 11 to 1 Thursday through Saturday. The $19.99 Pick 6 meal for 2, only at Buffalo Wild Wings inside the Sherman Town Center.
Welcome back, everyone. Closing in on the top of the hour, your legal ID on the Southeastern Sports Network, making up that group of stations: KYHD Valiant, KHKC Atoka, KZIG Colgate, as well as KICM Ardmore, and KZRC 96.1 Durant. Of course, the flagship station, Mix 96.1 of the Southeastern Sports Network. Jay Lindley alongside Rob Johnson, and thin group of fans making their way from Monticello. I completely understand. Rob and I make that trip out there. I make it once a year. It's a long way there. You're closer to the Mississippi than you are the Red. And when you look at the roster, a lot of players hailing from that Mississippi, Louisiana area there in Monticello. So for those of you watching here on the Southeastern Sports Network, we welcome you in. We're moments away from kickoff in the season opener for Southeastern against the Boll Weevils here in 2025.
One little funny note, if you're a Netflix fan and ever watched Last Chance U, there's about 5 players from this Monticello group that are from East Mississippi Community College, which is in Scuba and is on that show. So I'm not sure how they ended up at Last Chance U, but this was the answer once they got finished there. So we'll see.
Of course, we get set for the coin toss that is coming up, and that coin toss this season being presented to you by the Artisan at the Brick Street Hotel. Be sure to check out the Artisan Postgame this season. They are, of course, open weeknights and weekends, as it is an elevated experience with American cuisine, craft cocktails, and unmatched service. Experience the Artisan at the Brick Street Hotel in historic downtown Durant. Perfect for brunch, dinner, or your next celebration. You can reserve a table today at the ArtisanDurant.com. So Southeastern Oklahoma State last season, they wrapped up the season with 3 straight losses, including a loss to 6th rate Harding. That game being played there on Halloween night in Searcy. 56-14 was the final of that one. Then it was a home loss against Arkansas Tech, a 6-0 loss in that bout, and then a loss against East Central, 20-13 was the final in that one. Their answer, they made some changes on the offensive side, and in comes a couple of new faces in the offensive coaching staff. Rich McGuire, his first year here, but his 20th overall, having gone to college at Emporia State in Illinois, and the offensive line run game coordinator, Shane Fletcher. And you look at those running backs, we talked about DJ Brown. They've got some weapons. Donovan Shannon and Jonathan Cobb, both guys who had experience a year ago. How do you expect them to get things going here in that ground game? We know that's what Coach Atterbury likes to do.
Absolutely. And, every football coach will tell you that. No matter what level they're at, they want to run the football. Well,
but Bo really does.
He really does. Okay, guys, that's not just something he says at the press conference. The bottom line is 2 returning starters at each tackle, and guys with experience in the interior of the line. Even though they're not returning starters, they played some snaps, significant snaps last year, so they want to dominate up front. DJ Brown is a captain out there walking out right now.
And so is Jordan Hood, as well as Wrigley Kennedy, the starting left tackle and a junior from Kingfisher, Oklahoma, and Braden Winters. Those are your captains for Southeastern Oklahoma State. Amongst the captains for Arkansas Monticello, Deshaun Leonard, who I mentioned, the starting center, a returning starter for the Boll Weevils, as well as Devontae Bond. Both of those part of our key players here in the First United Bank pregame show as we await the coin toss results, brought to you by the Artisan at the Brick Street Hotel. Southeastern today, they are wearing the home royal blue jerseys, tops and bottoms, with a two-tone stripe down the side, yellow gold patched with white, the white helmets. Also the blue SE logo trimmed in yellow gold. For Arkansas Monticello, a new look. They've got the all-white jerseys with that green numerals and lettering trimmed in black. But the helmets, they have numerals on the left side of the helmet with Cello written across the right in cursive. And here's Rob with your coin toss results.
Yeah, your coin toss results. But, well, you want to start off the year with a win, and Southeastern did. They won the toss and chose to defer their option to the second half. So Arkansas Monticello will receive the opening kickoff. They'll travel south to north or right to left on your radio dial.
Now let's go ahead and dive right into the game time temp. It's brought to you by our friends at Shelburne Heating and Air, your locally owned heating and air experts.
Well, guys, it could be worse, but it's pretty warm out here. 92 degrees at kickoff. Going to go down to about 82 degrees by the end of the game. West wind at 8 miles an hour, although I don't see the flags on the goalpost moving a whole lot. There is 45% humidity, so you got to watch those first game cramps and things like that. But not a cloud in the sky, just an absolutely beautiful day for football.
I'm wondering what happened to Bolt, the mascot for Southeastern Oklahoma State. He's riding in the back of the mule instead of leading the charge. It's so hot, Bolt's taking a ride onto the field.
Well, I can imagine how hot it is inside that that 95 that he's throwing down over there. I hope he's not injured. We wouldn't want to start that deal. Don't injure our Buffalo.
They're heading him out around the corner, Bolt the Bison, as he exits stage right. The players beginning to stream on to the sidelines here as we get set to kick off the season. And, of course, your kickoffs this season, we welcome back our friends from U.S. Cellular. Are you scrolling through life instead of living it? With U.S. Cellular's US Mode, you can scroll less and live more. Enter the 10K Life in US Mode sweepstakes for your chance to win $10,000. Enter now at giveaway.uscellular.com and switch to US Mode and reconnect today. US Cellular, a proud partner of the Southeastern Sports Network. Of course, earlier today we had Miss Caroline Kane, our afternoon drive personality, out there hanging out with U.S. Cellular, and they're trying to get you to register to get that $10,000. Plus, got to give a heads up for Durant Lumber, a longtime sponsor. We'll be giving away a Traeger grill this season as well. Oh, and we got more prizes, a room at the Brick Street Hotel. I'll tell you more about how to enter in those in future broadcasts. As, we're bringing prizes to the party here in 2025. Moments away from kickoff, final thoughts, Rob.
You know what? It's the excitement of Game 1. What can you say? Another season, another great year with the Savage Storm, and let's get a good start.
Southeastern Oklahoma State, they will be defending the north end zone here at Pollard Field. Of course, the field named Pollard Field. The stadium, Spend Life Wisely Stadium, part of a new partnership with First United Bank. New press box coming in a few seasons.
With air conditioning, from what I understand.
I will bring that up, huh?
You know what? I'm not afraid to tell you that won't suck. I like that.
Dylan Cox, he is your returning starter at kicker, the 185-pound junior. And he will be kicking left to right, north to south. Back to return for the Boll Weevils is Chasten Collins, a 5'6", 160-pounder from Wiggling, Mississippi. And they'll angle it away from Collins. It checks up at the 4, picked up on the hop by Strand Smith. And Smith getting out to the edge before being taken for a tumble inside the 25-yard line, out at the 24 and into the Southeastern bench. And now we get to see that linebacking core that we spoke of and see if they can get it going here early in 2025.
You know what? They are active. They're sideline to sideline guys, and they are physical. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing a good start and physical start.
Zatarian Johnson asked him, how's it going to feel to finally be able to hit someone not your teammate, because they don't let you hit your teammates. He goes, it's going to get wicked. Well, we'll see if it gets wicked quickly here. As for the first time today, we see the quarterback, Tavian Falk, a 6'1", 200-pound redshirt junior. He receives the snap. Handoff here. And a nice little jitterbug move to break free for a moment by Jalen Sultan. The two teammates from Itawamba Community College out in Mississippi, but no gain on the play. Basically, that jitterbug move was just to avoid penetration, and the penetration caused by Joshua Johnson.
Yeah, and Shanks as well, both in the backfield, kind of blew that up.
Falk calling for motion. They bring it across. Counter move to the right. Sultan probing over the 25 down to the 26-yard line. Jordan Hood on the stop.
Yep, once again, there he is. We talked about how he was going to be able to have a big impact moving out to that 3 technique. He sees that, sheds the blocker, makes a great play just 2 yards into the run and brings up a 3rd and long.
So 3rd down here. A year ago, the Boll Weevils 44% on 3rd down. They were 7 of 158. Of course, remember, I think you brought up Damali and Brown, 66% of their offense last season, the 5-year senior. Johnson comes off of the edge, looking at a sack. Now Falk over the middle as he had to let go of it as he is sandwiched down. Getting back there was initially Datari and Johnson with a delayed blitz. Shanks almost got to him. And the pass, an incomplete hurried pass from Tavion Falk.
Well, he wanted a quick look on a little slant right there, and it was there. I don't know if it gets the 1st down, but he was going to have a completion. He had to pull it down and spin away from Datari and Johnson, and as a result, coverage got in place and made a great play. You're going to get 3 and out here.
Dylan Duhan, the junior, on to punt it away here. Saw limited action, 16 punts for just under 600 yards a season ago. And he gets this one away as Andre Williams, a returning starter at returner, back to return, fields at 31, out over the 35. Still on his feet and dropped short of the 40. Hustling up to make that tackle was Torrin Jackson, a sophomore out of the Pine Bluff area, Watson Chapel High School there in Arkansas. And Southeastern will begin here. And they penalty a false start against Monticello. Do they make them re-kick it?
Actually, an illegal formation. Apparently, they didn't have enough guys on the line of scrimmage. It's pretty good field position, but you never know. Maybe Bo wants to try it again. We'll see.
So Southeastern will take over here, their first possession of the game. And this drive will begin. They actually tack it on.
Right, they take it at the end of the play, and I can understand that. 44-yard line's pretty good field position.
So starting near midfield, and we see Luke Hohenberger, the redshirt freshman out of Paris, Texas, injured a year ago. Has Brown in the pistol to his backside. And a snap back here, they sent Taylor in motion, and Brown grinds up turf. Gain of 4 to the 48-yard line.
He gets 4 yards, but if you look, and we're right in the right position to see this, that offensive line just reestablished the line of scrimmage about 3 yards downfield. The first person that tackled him or touched him tackled him, but they didn't touch him for 3 yards because that offensive line got a great push.
So 2nd down and 6. Jennings, he is the receiver lined out to the right, the boundary side of the field. Hohenberger in the gun, taking the snap from the right hash. Receives, handoff, Brown, dances around, doesn't have a lot going there. Initial contact made in the backfield by the safety, Caden Dominy. And they'll actually call it a lost play back to the 47-yard line.
Well, and that play didn't look good from the get-go. It was kind of a delayed handoff, maybe a counter look. And had a hard time getting the handoff to him, and then it just didn't look good from the get-go.
3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Colton Simpson, he is the tight end lined up in the slot. It appeared to be early movement, free play. Hohenberger goes Jennings' way, and then Jennings is shoved out of bounds, and pass interference coming in on Charles Thomas. So Thomas, the boundary corner, shoving Jennings out of bounds, and that's a huge mismatch as Jennings is for anyone in this league, 6'7", going against 6'1".
Well, and a great job by Hohenberger knowing that there was an offsides. He's got a free play. Throw that ball up to your big receiver and let him go get it. And frankly, I think he was about to if he hadn't been interfered with. And one thing we talked about early but didn't get quite to is playing clean and not getting a lot of penalties. Haven't seen a turnover yet. We don't want to talk about that, but playing clean so far, you've got 3 penalties on Monticello.
2 penalties on that play. The initial one, the offsides, that one obviously declined as Coach Atterbury and the staff electing to take the pass interference that moves the ball further down the field into boll weevil territory, a 15-yard pickup down to the Monticello 43-yard line. So now in plus territory for the first time here in 2025. Hohenberger in the gun has Brown to his left. They stay on that right hash. Victor Taylor, the right slot now in motion. Low snap, counter to the right. Brown running to that short side of the field. Kept his footing, stays on his feet, and pushes forward over the 35-yard line. Gain here. I had my yardage off there a minute ago. It was at the 38, so it's a gain of 3 on the play for DJ Brown.
Great effort from Brown to get what he could out of that one, and he almost broke away and took off to that left side. They had big-time numbers advantage to the left, but ran the play to the right and still get 3.
And now there's a shaking up boll weevil down and gets up here. It was Gregory Evans, the 6'2", 230-pound junior from Franklin, Tennessee. And he is shaken up. He kind of collapsed there. That was really scary, and then he kind of shooed his teammates away from him.
Now, I have a question, and I should know the answer to this, but I don't. But my understanding is the NCAA now, if there's an injured player timeout after the ball's been spotted, that timeout is charged to the team. I remember seeing that last week in all those myriad of games. I wonder, the official signaled that it was an official's timeout, so apparently not being charged to Monticello.
I think it's a fourth quarter thing, but I could be wrong about that.
Could be.
Second down here and 7. By the way, Matt Nunez, he is lined up out wide left, moving from tight end to receiver this season. Hohenberger to pass, dumps it out, swing pass to the left side. Brown gets the edge to the 30, first down pickup as he skates away into the Monticello bench, down to the 26-yard line. It is a nice pickup of 11 and a Southeastern first down. They move it as the clock continues to roll here. First possession of the game for Southeastern. Monticello has already had a turn with it. No score as of yet, 11:24 and counting down here in the first.
Great job by Hohenberger finding his check down right there. Not trying to do too much early. Checked it down, got good yardage in the first down.
Gain of 9 on the play as Hohenberger in the gun. Receives the snap. They'll hand off Brown. Continue to work that ground game. Muscles over the 25 down to the 24-yard line before he was greeted by a host of boll weevils. And coming up with that tackle for Monticello was Dejon Doss, the 6'1", 225-pound transfer in from Washington State.
Monticello doing a lot of twisting and stunting up front. Clearly they don't think they can line up and just play this offensive line. So they're trying to run in a lot of games and trying to get penetration in the backfield. That'll get you caught with a seam.
Jennings all alone over here on the right. Now a man in motion. They fake the handoff. It's a design quarterback keeper over the left side down to the 27-yard line. Or excuse me, the 23-yard line.
Okay. Hohenberger with the keep there. I know he had the broken foot last year, but showing that he's healthy. I mean, if the read is the read, he did it there. He pulled the ball and got enough yardage for a decent third down opportunity here. 3rd and
6, Hohenberger in the gun, claps hard. Savage Storm a year ago, just 34% on third down. They were 59 to 175. One of the reasons they were shortchanged for much of the year. Play clock sliding under 5. Hohenberger in the pistol now. Receives the snap, looks right, rifles that way, pass caught. Colt Simpson into the 15, first down, still on his feet, 10, and is escorted out of bounds just inside the 5 at the 4-yard line as Charles Thomas was the last line of defense. It's the first big pass play of the season for the Savage Storm as Southeastern now setting deep in the red zone. Simpson with his first catch of his career.
Well, Monticello lined up right there. Man coverage, no deep safety. It's a man-to-man look. They had a little crossing route there, and Simpson's wide open, able to turn it up and get way into the red zone. Need to finish this one with 6.
17-yard pickup takes us to the 8th play of the drive. Hohenberger goes right side toward Jennings as Thomas was in his wheelhouse the entire time. No flag.
And Thomas never turned around and looked for the ball either. I'm not sure. I mean, both officials standing right there looking at it, and neither one of them threw the flag, but it looked questionable to me.
Now, with that being said, Hohenberger threw it chest high when he probably should have thrown it to the moon.
Let him go rebound that thing. Let the 6'7" boy get up in the air. I agree.
Hohenberger in the gun has Jonathan Cobb, the senior tailback, to his right. An Anniston, Alabama native, far from home. Hohenberger receives a snap. He'll keep on his own. Right side run, tucks his shoulder under the shoulder pad of the defender and makes his way down to the 3-yard line. Gain of 2. 10th play of the drive as we slide under the 9-minute mark here in the first quarter. Still no score. Southeastern threatening.
Both of these plays have been run to the short side of the field. A lot of room over there to the left. And you've even got your tall receiver down here to the short side of the field. Not sure why you don't want to put him out in space. And they're still lined up. Man coverage.
Worked off about 5 minutes of clock here. 8th or 10th play of the drive. Began at their own 44. Handoff Cobb. Jets up the middle into the end zone. Touchdown Southeastern. Jonathan Cobb with his first rushing touchdown of the season, following a 4-touchdown campaign a year ago. And Southeastern leads early 6-0 with 8:29 to go in the first.
Cobb is definitely the bigger of the 3 backs. And he square your pads and find the end zone. He did a great job there. And the offensive line just continues to get a push. Great finish to that drive.
Cox for his career, 46 of 53 on extra points. This one going toward the south uprights. Logan Dorsey, the new holder this season. Snap is back, hold is down, and the kick ricochets off the Steubenville Chevrolet signage in the south end zone. Storm 7, Boll Weevils nothing. Savage Storm football continues after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Life is yours to spend. Spend it quietly. Spend it as loud as you can. First United Bank. Spend life wisely.
The Artisan at Brick Street Hotel in historic downtown Durant, where elevated American cuisine meets craft cocktails in a refined yet comfortable atmosphere. Every dish is crafted with quality ingredients, locally sourced, curated to perfection with unparalleled service. Whether it's brunch, lunch, or a special night out, The Artisan is your perfect destination with private, semi-private, and large party reservations available. Reserve your table today at theartisandurant.com. Theartisandurant.com.
Life is yours to spend. Spend it with small steps. Spend it with giant leaps. First United Bank. Spend life wisely.
Back in time for a Texoma Chevy dealer scoring drive recap. First one of the year. They're 1 for 1, baby.
I was
Here's
going
Rob
to say,
Johnson.
at this point, they're going to score 1,000 points this year, right? 10 plays, 56 yards, 5 minutes and 4 seconds off the clock. Jonathan Cobb finishes it off with a 3-yard touchdown run.
It is Chevy Truck Month, and it's time to see why Chevy is America's most dependable lineup of trucks. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Find yours at any one of your local Texoma Chevy dealers. Savage Storm leading here 7-0. They take that opening drive. Jonathan Cobb adding to his career numbers, the 5'8", 175-pound senior out of Anniston, Alabama. Sachs High School. We talked with Coach Atterbury. He's one of the guys that I pointed out, guys that stuck with it and made their way through the program. And here he is scoring the first touchdown of 2025. Here is Dylan Cox for your U.S. Cellular kickoff. It's a deep end-over-end kick to the right. It is fielded by Amari Cox out over the 10, has a little edge, and then is spun down as maybe an illegal block. Flags coming into the vicinity.
I think it was a hold, actually.
And it is Christian Brumley from just down the road in Broken Bow, Oklahoma, who made that special teams tackle, and a transfer in from Harding. So local kid, McCurtain County kid, making his way back home after going to Harding. And we'll see what the flag is. While they figure that out, let's tell you about U.S. Cellular and what they're trying to do. They're trying to give you $10,000. Life is not played on the sidelines. It's about touchdowns. U.S. Cellular's US Mode helps you scroll less and live more. And with the $10K Life in US Mode sweepstakes, you can walk away with $10,000. Enter today at giveaway.uscellular.com. Now that's a game changer.
2 penalties on that play. One of them an illegal blindside block. Another one the hold. Really doesn't matter because either one of them are going to be half the distance to the goal. But Monticello continue to shoot themselves in the foot, and they're going to start with tough field position here.
deep in their own territory. They begin this drive at the 9-yard line. First drive of the game for the Boll Weevils was a 3-and-out. Xavier Falk, he is situated inside his 5 in the shotgun. Storm showing pressure off the edge. Winters giving that pressure. They'll dump it out right side pass too high as it was Winters that was showing pressure off the left edge. Wallace in coverage there, and there was no real opportunity for anything to happen.
No, Wallace did a great job. Let the receiver come to him, let him show his break, get over the top of that, had great coverage. If he throws it on target, Wallace has a chance for a pick 6. So, 2nd 10.
Falk now 0 for 2 in passing so far today. Mentioned his numbers. He was 9 of 24 as the backup at Itawamba Community College. Falk receives the snap, 3-step drop, looks, now will tuck and run. Dangerous with his legs, makes his way out over the 10-yard line to the 11, and give credit where it is due, as it was Cameron Fields, the redshirt sophomore out of Aubrey, Texas. He saw Falk go into motion toward the line of scrimmage. He quickly got downhill and made that a minimal gain to the 12-yard line.
You also noticed Falk took that snap, looked one read, and then brought it down and took off running. So he's not going through a lot of progressions.
Falk, by the way, a walk-on at LSU in 2021. He was their scout quarterback that season. Falk in the gun, claps his hands, receives the snap. And a quick out right side, ball bobbled into the air, and they call it incomplete. There is a flag, however, at the line of scrimmage. That one was a rocket, no touch there. It went off the hands of Chaston Collins, the slot man. And we'll see what the flag is here on Monticello. It is a holding penalty, and that one obviously going to be declined. And now Monticello in dangerous territory. They'll punt from their own end zone with 7:33 to go here in the first quarter, already trailing 7-0 on the road.
Great start for the Savage Storm. I mean, 2 drives or 6 plays, 2 3-and-outs. Both drives totaled 2 yards each, so 4 total yards of offense right now, and you're going to get good field position here.
Andre Williams, who a year ago, 15 punt returns for 93 yards, including a long of 29. He can be explosive. The senior from Mansville Timberview High School. Duhan receives a snap, 5 yards deep in his own end zone, a high spiraling punt. This one's a beaut. Williams calling for the fair catch. And a great job by Duhan to kind of reverse the field there. Williams had no opportunity to really return that one, but Southeastern will still begin at their own 43-yard line, just a yard behind where they were a moment ago.
Okay, yeah, they're going to start from the 43-yard line. I don't see a media timeout. But
it's the second punt or the first score, so there you go.
Okay, my bad.
You're good.
Because of the sscore. It's week 1 for all of us.
You had a warm-up game last week.
I had a warm-up game last week, but that was a dumpster fire for a different reason. Here we're going to get there. Great field position. Try to finish this one as well.
2 receivers right, 1 to the left. The receivers to the near side, Jennings and Gabe Corona. Corona in motion right to left across the formation. Hohenberger, option look, running. Tosses out left side, Donovan Shannon. There's a flag down that's going to negate a big-time run from Donovan Shannon. Shannon took a run-ending blow by Dejon Doss at the end of that one, but that one likely a hold and likely coming back.
Well, yeah.
Never mind, it's illegal.
Kobe Jennings was down here, I started to say, at the bottom of the screen.
But it wasn't on that. It was number 44. It was in that scrum that was making its way through as Debussy Winkwo, who was called for that one, and that is huge because they tack it on, and now Southeastern is all the way down at the 26-yard line. Wow. So Donovan Shannon comes in, a little injection shot to the offense, longest run play of the game thus far, and now it's 1st and 10 at the 26. Hohenberger receives the snap, handoff Shannon, cuts right over the 25, and this run not nearly as successful as the last. It's a gain of 3 on the play, and here comes 2nd down and 7 as we slide under 7 to play here in the first quarter. Southeastern leading 7-0.
Sometimes the defense just guesses right. They slanted their nose tackle right into that play, which made Shannon bounce it early. He got out to the edge, still got 3 yards, so good job making something out of nothing.
So here is Hohenberger on 2nd and 7, receives a snap out of the gun, pumps once, goes deep, right side toward Jennings, and that time too tall for the 6'7 Jennings.
Well, that's tall. If it's too tall for the 6'7 Jennings, it's tall. That one landed about 5 yards out of bounds. I got to believe Hohenberger just had a single read there when Jennings didn't really have any separation. He didn't want to put the ball in harm's way, so good decision. 3rd and 6 isn't the end of the world.
So 3rd and 7 to be precise.
Or 7. Still not the end of the world.
Line to gain is at the 16-yard line. Shannon, the tailback to the right of Hohenberger with the ball spotted just to the left of the right hash. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Corona in the slot. Hohenberger designed quarterback keeper, and this one goes nowhere. He was upended on the near side by the safety Caden Dominy, and that really didn't work out well.
Yeah, that never had a chance from the get-go. I mean, the read was covered to Shannon. Hohenberger made the right read, pulled it, but Dominy was out there waiting on him, and now you're going to get a field goal shot.
So here is Cox on to kick the field goal from what will be 41 yards. Snap will be to the right hash going toward the south uprights. Literally very little to no wind here at Spin Life Wisely Stadium. Snap is back, hold is down, line drive kick, and Dylan Cox hammers it home. 10-0. Southeastern in front, 5:35 to go in the first. Back after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Arnett Insurance is proudly celebrating 60 years of serving Durant and the Texoma area. That's 3 generations of family ownership looking out for your insurance needs. Rates for home, life, auto, and commercial that fit your lifestyle and budget. At Arnett Insurance, you'll find 10 licensed agents with over 270 years of experience. Locally based agents that work with a variety of insurance companies give you the best options available. Located at 1116 West Main in Durant, it's Arnett Insurance and ArnettInsurance.com.
Craving bold flavors and good vibes? Come on down to El Caporal Mexican Restaurant and Bar, your local fiesta headquarters. Sizzle your taste buds with Tex-Mex favorites, fresh seafood dishes, and don't forget their legendary top-shelf margaritas. Shaken, stirred, and always served with a smile. Whether it's date night, family night, or Margarita Monday, El Caporal is the place to be. El Caporal, where every night feels like a fiesta. Visit today. Taste the tradition, stay for the fun.
Welcome back, everyone, in time for a Texoma Chevy Dealer scoring drive recap. To this point, Southeastern 10, Monticello nothing. The Storm 14 plays for 59 yards and Monticello 6 for 4. Here's Rob Johnson.
Actually, that last one went 5 plays for 33 yards. A minute 51 off the clock. Stalled in the red zone, but Dylan Cox bails them out with a 41-yard field goal. It's good, and they're up by double digits.
Of course it is. Chevy Truck Month. It's here. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Time for your U.S. Cellular kickoff. Be sure to enter in the 10K Life in Us Mode sweepstakes. Visit giveaway.uscellular.com. Here is Cox and a north to south kick, and it's a boomer that will push inside the 10, and a fair catch called for there by Amari Cox. And, of course, that means Bull Wheels will get it out at the 25-yard line.
Amari Cox with the fair catch.
Or the 20, excuse me.
Well, the first 2 drives for Monticello started at the 24 and the 9. So I think the coach over there might have just said, you know what, let's fair catch this one. We'll take our chances from the 25 at least. So that defense, 2 3 and out's a great start. Good discipline, good assignment football. Need to keep it going.
So now Monticello back out. They have ran just 6 plays, 4 yards gained so far.
How about a turnover right here?
Trying to dial one up, are you, Rob?
Yeah, kid tries to do too much right here.
From their own 25, Falk receives the snap. And a handoff to Sultan, the tailback, and he'll find a crease and pick up 5 yards to the 30-yard line. As getting in on that tackle for the Savage Storm was Zion Carter, redshirt freshman out of McKinney, Texas.
Good gap control. He just kept searching until he found a crease and then exploded through it. Good job by the runner.
So the first play from scrimmage for Monticello has more yards than they've had in the previous 2 possessions. As Falk receives the snap, and he'll hand off here. And tornadoing along ahead was Jalen Sultan again. And he's just a yard short of a first down, making his way out to the 33-yard line, call it the 34. Third play of the drive coming up here.
A missed tackle in the backfield. Looked like 58. William Billings did a great job penetrating and had the runner just kind of miss the tackle.
Tight end in motion. Across the formation is Joel Jamison, the sophomore. Falk takes option pitch to the right, got it to Sultan, who has ran out of bounds on that far side. The corner, Cole McKnight, the returning starter from Flower Mound Marcus, making the hit, but not before a gain of 3 on the play to the 37-yard line, and a first down takes us to the fourth play of the drive. It's the first down of the game for Arkansas Monticello.
Good assignment football. Everybody in the right place. Just hard to stop them on 3rd and 1.
First down here. Falk receives the snap and a handoff to Sultan. The Storm sniff it out. Ball comes out. Datarian Johnson and McKnight both falling for it, but they weren't able to recover it. The savior there for the Boll Weevils was Strand Smith, the tight end, and a transfer from Arkansas Tech.
Well, let's give some flowers to William Billings. We talked about the tackle he missed a minute ago. He did a great job there. Got a hold of the runner and kept a hold of the runner that time till he got some friends in there to help him and bring him down for just a 1-yard gain.
So 2nd down and 9 here. As Falk receives the snap from the right hash. Quick swing pass out to the right. And that play quickly ended. He found it to the tailback, Glenn Gage. Gage, one of those guys that saw action a year ago. That was his first touch of the game. Had just 3 catches for 16 yards out of the backfield last year. 28 carries for 109 rushing yards here this season.
Great job by Cole McKnight making a play in space out there. Good tackle.
Only a gain of 3, and it's 3rd down and 7 for Falk and company. Snap from the right hash, moving right to left. Falk rockets a pass, and that pass appeared to be dropped, but will they say that he caught it? They say that he did, and making that catch was A.K. Hasley, the 6'4", 190-pound junior.
He's a good-looking receiver. They've got 1 receiving touchdown returning from last year, but that's the kid that had it.
8-yard pickup, second first down of the game for Monticello. In motion is T.J. Fields, left to right across the formation. Falk, another quick pass. This one goes to the aforementioned Fields, and he is brought down after a gain of 4 on the play.
Interesting, looked like his knee came down as he tried to cut that back up, but showed some athleticism there to stay up on his feet and get another couple of yards. They've got some tempo going here.
To say they've ratcheted it up, and they've made it easy for Falk. Really quick one-read decision plays being made here by the redshirt junior quarterback. Falk receives a snap, handoff up the middle, and Gage again plunges over the Southeastern 45 to the 43-yard line. Gain of 3, 9th play of the drive coming up here, and another 3rd down. Boll Weevils have converted 3 third downs on this drive.
You know what? Those offensive linemen we talked about returning, they're doing a good job up front, getting some push and creating some seams, and running backs are taking advantage of it.
The oak trees behind the press box here at Spin-Life Wisely Stadium beginning to shade the backside of the 50-yard line. Here's another quick pass, and that pass hauled in by Collins, and another first down. Boll Weevils moving here down to the Southeastern 37-yard line with that gain of 7 on the play.
Just a simple in cut right there, and then they sent the other receiver long, and he's wide open. Falk hits him right there.
Clock under a minute to play here in this first quarter. Southeastern leading 10-0. Boll Weevils threatening for the first time today. Falk to pass, deep down the right side, has a man. It is caught, immediately tackled, but a catch inside the red zone made by the big receiver A.K. Hasley, and now Monticello knocking on the door.
Well, and Hasley had Cole McKnight completely turned around, and then on his backside he just sort of went up and rebounded that ball.
22-yard pickup moves the Boll Weevils down to the 15-yard line. The drive continues to use the right side of the field. Falk getting his plays in from the far side. Third-year offensive coordinator Josh Qualls. Falk moving his tight end Jamison in motion to the left. They'll hand off here as Gage trying to find a crease, and Datari and Johnson making the stop at the 13, and the quarter clock goes 0 as we head to the second quarter. Southeastern 10, Arkansas Monticello nothing. This is the Southeastern Sports Network.
The rodeo in the Wild West, that's going to live on past my time, because a rodeo cowboy or cowgirl certainly are unique individuals. And you got to be pretty special to ride more, to win more. It's man versus beast. That's as basic as it gets. The only way you fail is to not try.
See and share our stories at togetherwe'remore.com.
When you're dealing with an insurance company, you're already behind the 8 ball. And the only way to get a level playing field is to hire an attorney.
We treat each and every case and each and every client as if they are a friend and neighbor, because that is how we view them.
You'll get the best service. You're going to have the best people working on your case. That I can promise.
Burridge Law Firm. Call 580-920-0700 or visit burridgelaw.com.
Welcome back, everyone. Paul Laird Field. Of course, today's broadcast brought to you by our friends at careers.choctawnation.com. Find your something today. Be sure to go and apply careers.choctawnation.com. Jay Lindley alongside Rob Johnson. We've got Bob Sullins back as our video technical director. He's got a host of cameramen doing their thing here on this season opener. Monticello threatening is their first comprehensive drive of the day. Their first 2 drives equated to just 6 snaps. They are embarking on their 12th snap of this drive as they set inside the red zone. This drive has made its way down to the Southeastern 13-yard line.
Using a lot of tempo. We talked about it. Quick reads for Falk, the young quarterback, and just kind of dinking and dunking their way down there. Done a good job.
Second down and 8 here. Falk receives the snap. Hand off to Gage, try to spin into the hole, and he spins right into the grasp of the junior from Bartlesville, Braden Winters. Winters coming into today, 151 career tackles and 19 and a half tackles for a loss. You can add 1 more to that career number.
Rotating some pass rushers and an extra defensive back into the game here on 3rd and long. This is a 4-point play right here. You want to try to make it, and still not too late for that turnover I asked for.
Another 3rd down here. They are 3 for 3 on 3rd downs on this drive. 3rd and 9. Falk receives the snap, looks right, goes that way, and just overshoots his receiver.
And you know
Threw
what?
it high to his intended target, Amari Cox.
Well, Amari Cox is not a big man. What is he listed at? 5'8", and I'm going to tell you that's generous. But that one just sailed high. The kid's got plenty of arm strength, I can tell you that, but just sailed that one high.
And it appears as though they'll send out field goal unit as Dylan Duhon, not a starter a year ago, but did see action each of the last 2 seasons, and 5 for 5 for his career. This is a 30-yard attempt between the hashes. He's 1 for 1 in the 30s for his career. Snap is back, hold is down, and this kick is blocked. It's smacked into the air. It goes into the end zone. It's picked up. It's going to be brought out. Might have been ill-advised there.
Well, I think once it gets into the end zone, they blow it dead. But
trying to see if we can get a replay on who slapped that one down. It was one of the interior linemen. The camera was following the ball there.
You know what? I'm not sure anybody touched it. He might have just.
No, there was a hand that went up, and it went sideways thereafter. It's right in the middle of that line.
You know what? I think it's 97.
It might have been Seabach.
I think so.
And by the way, Seabach, we talked about him a little bit in the pregame a year ago, had an interception, had a safety. And for this moment, we'll trust Matt Thomas and we'll trust his eyes, although I rarely do that, Sports Information Director of Southeastern Athletics. And we'll see what he says here in a moment as Southeastern takes over at their own 20. Hohenberger receives the snap, rollout, design play, Victor Taylor, and it goes right through his hands. It was on the run. Taylor, if that one is a hair down, Taylor is grabbing it, and he's got a one-on-one situation because he already had a blocker in front.
And he is, when I say he is wide open, folks, I'm talking about nobody within 5 to 7 yards of him. Hohenberger definitely wants that one back.
Taylor, of course, from Cedar Ridge High School down in Round Rock, Texas, a year ago had scoring plays of 65, 58, 44, and 42. So he certainly has the jets. Here's a handoff. DJ Brown trying to make his way to the edge. Cannot. Flag comes in.
That's, as you would say, in the vicinity of holding. We'll see what the call is.
Flag on the play.
Yeah, Brown didn't have much of a shot from the get-go there. There were a couple people in the backfield.
So a holding penalty called on Wrigley Kennedy. And that was the left tackle there where that play was designed to go.
Well, we talked earlier about how Monticello is twisting and doing a lot of games and stunts up front. Got across his face there, and he held him.
They elected to take the result of the play. So it's going to be 3rd down and 11 instead of 2nd and what would have been half the distance. So forcing Southeastern into a 3rd and long deep in their own territory. Hohenberger in the gun, sends Brown in motion out to the right. Hohenberger looking, dumps over the middle, finds Taylor, and he gets to the edge. 30, 35, 40, makes a cut, 45. Jets are on 40, to the 35, 30, 25, and inside the 20. Instead of taking 2nd and long, they go take 3rd and 11, and Victor Taylor almost had a house call.
Well,
all the way down to the Boll Weevil 19-yard line. A complete field reversal there, and a pickup that's going to set them in the red zone. Now Hohenberger in the gun in quick tempo here. Hohenberger receives the snap. Handoff, Brown making the left edge, short side of the field. Taken down at the 15. And that is a gain play there of 4. As the previous pickup, by the way, of Taylor, that matched or just shy of his career high, was a 62-yard pickup. His career long, 65.
We were talking in pregame warm-ups, and I mentioned, you know what, I think Taylor's due for a breakout year, a great start there, making the catch and then getting up the field quickly.
Wrigley Kennedy getting an edge block there to kind of free things up. High snap to Hohenberger. He'll take a quarterback draw as they paw at the football, and then everything collapsing on his backside there as the tackle finished off by Jeremiah Kirk, a big 6'3", 275-pounder.
Hohenberger did a good job getting a couple of yards on the run, and we don't know what the call was. Maybe that's a straight keep for him to go ahead and do that. But if it's a read, he really should have given that ball to DJ Brown. DJ had the edge over there.
I think it was the snap that probably set that one off a little bit because it was a high snap, forced Hohenberger to kind of get off his feet into the air. And now Southeastern facing 3rd and 4. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Handoff Brown into the pile, and he is corralled immediately. Getting back there and making the stop was Timothy Marshall, another one of those transfers in from Houston Christian University, formerly Houston Baptist. And now 4th down time here facing Southeastern, 4th and 6.
And offense staying on the field.
Interesting here. Already seen the leg of Dylan Cox. Hohenberger in the gun. Do they try to just bounce him offside? And now that appears to be what they're doing. Hohenberger looking to the near side, trying to get a signal here. Atterbury just calmly putting his hand out there, trying to now talk to the official. They'll run the play clock down all the way to 1, and a timeout taken, and we'll take one with them. Decision here for Southeastern. They lead 10-0. 10:39 to go in the first half. Back after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Shamrock Bank is an employee-owned company based in southeastern Oklahoma. We are a proud sponsor of Savage Storm Athletics. Many of our employee owners are alumni of Southeastern and know firsthand the opportunities higher education can bring. Our success is tied to the success of the communities we serve. Come see the difference employee ownership makes. At Shamrock Bank, you are more than a customer, we are more than a bank. Shamrock Bank, member FDIC.
Stuyvesant Chevrolet in Durant is proud to support Savage Storm Athletics. And with the same pride, resilience, and strength as Savage Storm fans, Steubenville Chevrolet is proud to be Durant Chevy dealer. When you need a new car, truck, or SUV, the Steubenville team is ready to find your perfect tailgate vehicle. No need to leave town to find what you want. Stay local, buy your Chevrolet the Steubenville way, and go Savage Storm.
10:39 remaining here in the second quarter. Southeastern appearing to have elected to change their mind. A little gamesmanship there to try and get Monticello to jump off sides. Dylan Cox will be out to attempt this kick. He has had a stellar career here at Southeastern. So far after the made field goal earlier, he is 18 of 27 in his career here with longs of 44 and now twice 41-yard kicks. That one a while ago, a 41-yard attempt. This be a little bit more manageable. A 32-yard kick toward the left hash as the shade beginning to crawl over Pollard Field here at Spend Life Wisely Stadium. Snap is back. Hold is down. Kick is on the way. Got a lot under that one, and it sails through and true. Southeastern 13, Boll Weevils nothing. 10:34 to go here in the second quarter. Back after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Chevy makes America's most dependable trucks, like the rugged Colorado, the highly capable Silverado 1500, the powerful Silverado HD, and the uncompromising Silverado EV. In every Chevy truck, dependability comes standard.
It's Chevy Truck Month. Well-qualified buyers can get 2.9% financing for 72 months on Silverado 1500 models.
Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
This September, celebrate 10 years with the District inside Choctaw Casino Resort Durant. All month, guests can purchase a $10 arcade card and get $10 in promo cash. Sundays through Thursdays, purchase 1 hour bowling for just $10. Shoes not included. Plus giveaways. When bowling, notify a district associate when the gold pin is in the head position. Then bowl a strike for a 10-year anniversary shirt. The District inside Choctaw Casino Resort Durant. Celebrating 10 years of family fun.
It's Chevy Truck Month, and that means your to-do list is about to get smaller and your adventures are about to get bigger. Visit your local Texoma Chevy dealers to get the tech, style, and capability you need. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Here's Rob with a Texoma Chevy dealer scoring drive recap.
Quickly, 7 plays, 65 yards, 3 minutes, 32 seconds. Cox finishes it off with a 32-yard field goal.
And now for your U.S. Cellular kickoff, this end-over-end kick drifting to the right and will be fair caught on the far side of the field by Amari Cox. So at the 25 is where the Boll Weevils will begin this one. Be sure to enter in your chance to win $10K. That's right, baby. The $10K Life in Us Mode sweepstakes. Your chance to win $10,000. Are you scrolling through life instead of living it? Well, with U.S. Cellular's Us Mode, you can scroll less and live more. Visit giveaway.uscellular.com and enter today.
Amari Cox did a good job fair catching the ball over there, but he was so close to the sidelines. If he sets his foot out of bounds and catches that ball, you're going to get another 10 yards to start with this field position.
Got good news for everyone. We'll have an injury update here in a moment. Right now, here is Tavian Falk. Falk receives the snap. Swing pass out to the right. Finds his man Cox, and Cox finds the end of a massive hit from Andrew Grisham, the backup redshirt freshman hailing from Denton Braswell High School. Grew up in Opry, Texas, and he just brought the lumber. By the way, the injury update I was going to give you, Bolt the Bison is good. He is roaming the sidelines right now. No overheating in that heavy Bison costume in 92-degree weather. He's made his way to the shade. Second down and 10. No gain on the play for the Boll Weevils as Falk receives the snap. Play action. Goes back left side. Has a receiver who has the edge with the 35-40 and out near midfield is Grisham. Great closing speed there to escort to Chasten Collins. Collins showing some great speed, and it gets the Boll Weevils out of no man's land, and now they're setting short of midfield at the 48-yard line.
Well, Collins and Cox, neither one of those kids are very big, but both of them are athletes, and they clearly want to try to get him in space. Did it for Collins there.
So a gain of 23 on the play. And here is Falk, receives the snap from the left hash. Handoff as Sultan, the tailback, taking the carry, picks up 2. Jalen Sultan, we mentioned the fact, 5'9", 190-pound junior playing at Horn Lake, Mississippi, and Idawama Community College, where he and Tavion Falk played together. And I'm just impressed with the alum. I mean, the great Joe Horn, former New Orleans Saint, Deuce Staley, of course, the great Eagle tailback, and Darius Slay. So 2nd down and 8 here. Jamison, the tight end, motion to the left. He'll hand off. Sultan runs short side of the field, and not wise to run side to side, especially when Andrew Grisham is lurking out there. And then that is a lost play back to the original line of scrimmage to the 48.
And that's the 2nd play in a row that Grisham's made. He came up and run support on the previous play. Now he's going to get a break. But just a great job from the backup safety, running the alley and making the play, bringing up a 3rd and long.
The redshirt freshman, 6'2", 195-pounder. He's quickly filling up the stat sheet here this afternoon. And here's 3rd and long. Line to gain is the Southeastern 42. To pass, Falk directing traffic, rolls out now across the line of scrimmage and intelligently gets away out of bounds as Jacob Geddes was giving chase. Also lurking was the local product and transfer in from Oklahoma Baptist, and Bryant Watts grew up in Medill, played his football in Kingston, Oklahoma. Of course, heated rivals there. And with that short gain across the midfield stripe to the 49, it's going to bring up 4th down and untenable for Coach Hud Jackson. And out to punt it away again for the 3rd time is Dylan Duhon. Back to return, Andre Williams. Duhon receives the snap, gets this boot away. It's another beautiful punt as Williams just waves off everyone. It spikes at the goal line and into the end zone. Southeastern leading 13-0, 7:28 to go here. And the offense will begin this drive at their own 25-yard line.
Southeastern on that last play backs up into a zone, and, you know, Falk is out here on the edge, and he's directing traffic, as you said during the play. It's well described, but there's not a lot of traffic to direct when you've got a zone and receivers don't want to keep running through those zones. So he's unable to find anybody. Great job, good discipline from this defense, and now the offense back out there looking to build on this lead.
Big stat to know here so far. Monticello 4 possessions, 61 yards on one of those possessions. They've had just 30 yards total on the other 3. And Southeastern leads 13-0. Gabe Corona in motion, left to right. They'll hand off here as Jonathan Cobb has his legs taken out from underneath him. Kind of a nosedive gain of 3 to the 23-yard line. There's a shaken up boll weevil on the play, though.
Well, it's the tackler, number 9.
That would
Rashad
be
Jackson.
Rashad Jackson, the 5'11", 190-pounder from Thibodaux, Louisiana.
He came in there to make that tackle, and he had his head down. I don't know if we could see it on the replay, but this is one of those that can be scary.
Scary, but the good news is moving around. That's always the first thing that I look for in those type of instances. He has moved his hands and whatnot. We'll go ahead and take – or nope, they are getting him up right now as we speak. So that is a good sign here.
Yeah, he came in like a missile, but he had that head down, and I can promise you Jonathan Cobb delivered the contact, and glad to see the young man getting up and getting off the field.
So with that, call it a gain of 2 on the play. So at the 22-yard line after that run by Cobb, Southeastern coming back out. Apparently Jackson struggling over on the far side of the field, we're being told.
Yeah, I was looking at it just a second ago. I was trying to get your attention. He's not in a good place right now.
So here is Hohenberger in the pistol, has Cobb with the yellow gloves behind him at the tailback position. Hohenberger, little quarterback option look there. Hohenberger keeping it and picks up maybe a yard.
Second time we've seen that option look. The first one was Donovan Shannon. He was able to get the edge. They ran it to the wide side of the field and got big yardage on it there. They ran it to the short side of the field, and Hohenberger kept it. Just not a whole lot there. Going to bring up 3rd and plus yardage here.
Mentioned Savage Storm a year ago, converted just 34% of the time on 3rd downs. So far, though, here today, they are 3 of 5. And Hohenberger, remaining in the pistol, has the speedster, Donovan Shannon, to his backside. Shannon with 2 carries for 19 yards. Hohenberger receives the snap. Swing pass to Shannon, has a crease. Can he break a tackle? He cannot, as he is dogpiled just a yard into the play. And credit Keyshawn Noriega, the backup linebacker who replaced Jackson in that linebacking core for Monticello. He made contact, and he never let go of Shannon. If Shannon's able to shed that, he might – I think he has a first down. He may be down here dancing in the end zone.
Maybe down here starting the fight song. Bottom line, he was out here, and he was getting blocked. So he was able to shed the block and then make the tackle. Just a great job in space.
Closing in on the 5-minute mark here in the second quarter. Southeastern leading 13-0, but they will be forced to punt here. And this punt from the leg of Logan Dorsey, it checks up at the 39 and then takes a backward spin, and it'll set up Monticello at the 44-yard line, their own 44. Dorsey, of course, replacing Jackson Nally, who graduated a year ago. Dorsey originally from Grand Prairie, Texas, and a transfer in from Midwestern State University.
And you know what? Not going to be his best effort there. Let's just put it that way. We talked about the high spiral punts from Monticello. That one just a little bit of a wobbler, and then got a bad bounce in favor of the Boll Weevils. So this defense is now going to have to come back out here after a 3-and-out and stand up.
Sultan remains at the tailback position, and Tavion Falk so far in this game, 7 of 11 for 67 yards passing. After a slow start, he's picked it up. Claps his hands, receives the snap, handoff Sultan, trying to break it to the edge. Big contact as coming through. You talk about missile. Prince Dew, the sophomore out of Tipton, Oklahoma. He came through.
Yes.
And tackled for a loss there.
Great job pressing the play, but he's got to finish that tackle. Good news is he got enough of him that his friends arrived and helped him out, but that's great play. Need to finish it with a strong tackle.
So Dewey with that initial contact. It tells you how deep they are at linebacker. They've got 2 backups in right now. Falk over the middle, has a man, and pass caught on the slant route, able to pick up a first down into Southeastern territory. As making that catch was Michael Lott, another one of those big receivers, 6'4", 205-pound junior.
And you know what? Credit Falk. That's a heck of a look right there. He play action, come up, and he's got that right on the front shoulder. Easy ball for the receiver to catch and a first down.
14-yard pickup, 4:08 to go here in the second quarter. Snap is back. Falk goes deep, right side, has Lott in his eyes, and he makes the catch and escapes away from Titus Massaquoi. Massaquoi, the backup sophomore corner, and Lott made a great grab and then just ran away with it. And the Boll Weevils are on the board with under 4 to play here in the first half.
I mean, the coverage was there. He did a great job, put his arm out, found the receiver, turned around for the ball, and it went right by his ear hole, as they say, and the receiver did a good job catching the football.
44-yard touchdown pass moves Tavion Falk over the century mark passing here today, and he's been highly efficient. Dylan Duhan for the extra point into the south upright. Snap is back, hold is down. This one is blocked, and it could be returned. It's scooped up, and running away with it up the right sideline is Josh Dobbins. Dobbins all the way down to the 20, but there is a flag that is likely going to negate this one, and that would be a shame because Dobbins, he was out in front of all of them.
Yeah, he was going to run away, and that block was completely unnecessary, but very clearly a block in the back or blindside block, either way you want to put it, and that's going to negate the 2 points.
We'll see here. So no score on the play, and that'll take us to a quick timeout. Southeastern remains ahead, 13 now to 6. 3:57 to play here till the halftime break. Back after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Sparlin Realty is dedicated to achieving your goals and will always do what's in your best interest. For residential and commercial properties, farm, ranch, and land purchases, you'll feel good about your choice of Sparlin Realty.
At Sparlin Realty, there's nothing more gratifying than achieving your goals and earning your trust along the way.
Whether you're selling your property or buying your dream home, it would be our privilege to assist you. Please call us today at 580-745-1055
or SparlinRealty.com.
Touchdown flavors begin at Green Spray Food Center. Whether you're grilling ribs, saucing up wings, or flipping the juiciest burgers, we've got your game day covered. Stock up on fresh meats, bold seasonings, and all your tailgate favorites. So before the big game, swing by Green Spray Food Center, North 1st Street in Durant. And always be ready for game day by checking out this week's deals at greensprayfoods.com. Durant's only locally owned grocer, Green Spray Food Center, fueling Southeastern fans for over 70 years.
Welcome back, everyone. Here's Rob Johnson with the first Boll Weevil Texoma Chevy Dealer scoring drive recap.
Well, just 3 plays, but it covers 56 yards in a minute and 17 seconds. Falk's 44-yard touchdown pass to Lott.
But the extra point is obviously blocked as you see the...
Looks like 90-something.
It might be Seabach again. There was someone in the 90s that got through there. And that would make some sense, perhaps. But the Boll Weevils on the board as the return was negated by a blindside block. And with that, Dobbins had the long return, but no points yielded for the Savage Storm. And they remain up by 7 with 3:57 to go. Of course, it is Chevy Truck Month. Visit your local Texoma Chevy dealers to find the Chevy truck right for you. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Your U.S. Cellular kickoff here coming from Dylan Duhan. Duhan kicking left to right toward the south end zone. 3:57 to go here until the halftime break. Duhan's kick, it's a high end-over-end kick. Williams will return this one. Bobbles it, though. Picked up at the 3. Working the right side of the field over the 15, now 20, and took a big hit. And now, I believe a flag came flying in. It did late as the return picking up 20 yards was Andre Williams, but we'll wait to see what they end up being on the penalty as the kickoffs again this season brought to you by U.S. Cellular. When time's ticking, you don't want to waste it scrolling with U.S. Cellular's US mode. Every moment's a chance to win big. Enter the 10K Life and US mode sweepstakes for your shot at $10,000. Head to giveaway.uscellular.com and make your play today.
Yeah, it looked like they're walking off the penalty there. It's going to be half the distance because of the positioning on the field, but it's a block of the backer. And Southeastern's going to start this one deep in their own territory.
So that is 2 now. Back-to-back special teams plays, by the way. We had 2 points that would have been going to Southeastern. It's negated by a blindside block. You had great starting field position after really a muffed kick, and instead you're starting at your own 11-yard line. That goes back to one of your keys of the game. Snap back to Hohenberger. He'll hand off. Not a lot of running room going there for the tailback, Donovan Shannon.
Yep.
No gain on the play.
Number 19, Brinkman, is right on the edge of the line of scrimmage there, and nobody blocked him. I can't imagine what the blocking scheme is, but if we're going to try to run in that guard tackle spot, we probably want to block the guy on the end of the line of scrimmage. He just stood there waiting for the running back to get to him and made the play.
Of course, an opportunity here for Southeastern to perhaps make it a twofer. They will get the ball to begin the second half, but they've got a long way to go. Second down now and 9 after a gain of 1. Shannon remains in the backfield. Hohenberger facing pressure off the edge. Looks to throw, finds Nunez up the near side. Out over the 30, 35, still running 40, near midfield, and is taken down there. So Nunez gets them out of trouble. A gain of 39 and into Boll Weevil territory at the 49-yard line.
And you see on the replay there, Hohenberger breaks out of Monticello sent some extra people on a blitz. Hohenberger steps underneath it and escapes, keeps his eyes downfield, and finds Nunez for a big play there.
Have a special guest we'll introduce during the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma halftime show. He just stepped in here a moment ago. Hohenberger this time will just take and run and go sliding Of course, it's where the slide begins. He might want to try out for the baseball team. He went sliding at the 44-yard line. That was where he initiated the slide. He wound up like a slip and slide out to the 40-yard line, Rob.
I'm just going to assume that there's been a conversation with Mr. Hohenberger after last year's injuries that you're not a running back, Hoss. When you get out there, get what you can and get on the ground. He did it.
And now a timeout taken here by Southeastern. They'll have one remaining, and we'll take our final timeout of the half. Actually, it's a 2-minute timeout, and that we'll take with them as we come back here in a moment. It is Southeastern Oklahoma State football. Southeastern leading Arkansas Monticello 13-6 on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Cherokee Communications believes good things come in threes, like 3-pointers, epic movie trilogies, and great home service. That's why Cherokee offers HD TV, high-speed internet, and home phone. And right now, you can get any service or all three for one low cost. Get HD TV, internet, and home phone from Cherokee Communications and score 3 for the home team. Visit CherokeeCom.com today.
Beer runs, straight up competitive. And the wine cellar, we're MVP. From ice-cold game day beer to craft brews that impress your hipster buddies, and premium spirits smoother than a quarterback spiral. We've got your victory celebration in a bottle. Don't show up empty-handed, show up legendary. And proud partner of the Southeastern Sports Network, the Wine Cellar Liquor Store, Radio Road, Durant. Drink better, celebrate more.
Of course, coming up, we have the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma halftime show around the corner, 2 minutes of game time from now. Of course, to find out how together we're more, visit ChoctawNation.com. 2nd down and 5 here for Southeastern. The ball spotted on the right hash, and shade has completely covered Paul Laird Field here at Spin Life Wisely Stadium. Hohenberger in the gun. Shannon, the tailback, to his right. Play action. Hohenberger rolling out to his right. Short side of the field. Keeps his footing. Has a first down gain. Goes ahead over the 35. Goes sliding, but there's a flag right there. Is it a late hit with him sliding, or was it an illegal block downfield?
Or perhaps a hold in the secondary, perhaps. I don't know. We're going to see what the white, several officials with blue jerseys on are telling us it's against the defense, and they're correct.
Saw Victor Taylor motioning that as well.
It was a hold in the defensive backfield, probably when Hohenberger was escaping the pocket there. Down at the 25-yard line, clearly at this point, minute 52, you've still got a timeout in your pocket. The entire playbook is available to you. You don't have to worry about sidelines or anything like that. So get it. Finish this one in the end zone.
5th play of the drive here. Hohenberger claps his hands, receives the snap, handoff Donovan Shannon, dancing into the pile as he goes down after a gain of 3 to the 22. Real quick station identification time as we go just over the top of the hour. And, of course, today's broadcast on the Southeastern Sports Network, airing on KYHD Valiant, KHKC Atoka, KZIG Colgate, KICM Ardmore, and KZRC Mix 96.1 Durant, the flagship station of the Southeastern Sports Network. Hohenberger in the gun here on 2nd down and 7. Needs to make the 15 for a first down. Hohenberger receives the snap from the right hash. Swing pass out left side. Shannon inside the 15, still motoring along. Has a first down to the 11-yard line. And the chains will move. And now Southeastern, they've got a full minute to play with.
We've seen that from, I'm sorry.
And it's 1st and goal from the 10.
We've seen that from Hohenberger 2 or 3 times now where it's not there downfield. He doesn't force it. Take your check down, and he gets good yardage.
7th play of the drive. Shannon, and apparently some miscommunication here. Southeastern will take the timeout, and we'll go ahead and leave it right here. Of course, want to remind you that one of our sponsors that we have each and every year now for the last couple of years, Shelburne Heating and Air. They are your choice for all your residential and commercial needs, service and installation on brands you know and trust. Carrier, Trane, Luxshare, and American Standard. Here to help you improve your indoor comfort at Shelburne Heating and Air, your locally owned heating and air experts. For contact info, visit ShelburneHeatAir.com. 45 seconds remaining. Southeastern pretty much dominating this game so far. As the Boll Weevils, they had that going into the scoring drive that they had. Remember, at that point, they had the ball 4 times, And they had accumulated 91 yards of offense, 61 of it on a drive that ended in a blocked field goal.
Mm-hmm.
But then they had the big hit play to Michael Lott, and that kind of changed the atmosphere here a little bit at Paul Laird Field. Southeastern, though, with a chance to take momentum back with 45 seconds remaining till the halftime break. And, of course, they will also have the ball to begin the second half.
Got to be a little more careful here now that you've had to use that timeout.
In the pistol, Shannon, the tailback to the backside of Hohenberger. High snap into the gut of Shannon. Shannon whittling along that left hash, able to pick up yards down to the 8.
Got to go. Got to go. Clock's running, and you're out of timeouts at this point. Nothing wrong with running the football there. You still got time to run a couple of plays, try to get it in the end zone, but got to be intentional right here.
Clock ticking here. Southeastern does have one timeout remaining. We're closing in down to 20 seconds. Hohenberger sending Taylor in motion left to right. Receives the snap. Looks Taylor's way. Pumps once. Trying to get away. Trying to get out of bounds and finally just airmails it.
Good decision. That'll stop the clock with 10 seconds left. You've got enough time for one more play, and I guess I misread the situation. If they've got a timeout left.
Simpson, the tight end, had broken loose from the pile there in the back corner of the end zone, but Hohenberger probably making the right decision. First, probably didn't see him. Secondly, would have had to throw it across his body there. So it's 3rd down and goal now from the 8-yard line.
Yeah, you got 3 points in your pocket here, and that'll put you up 2 scores. Don't do anything that would give that away. Don't turn the football over here. You got to try to get this one in the end zone, and with the timeout left, you can still use the middle of the field.
Nunez lined up to the left. He's all alone on that left side. They go that way as Hohenberger toward Nunez. He makes the catch. Was he in? He is. Touchdown, Southeastern. Nunez making his second catch of the day. He hauls in that one.
What a
catch. Southeastern adds 6 to the scoreboard.
What a catch. Nunez there. He is covered, and he might have been interfered with. And there's the replay. Hohenberger lets this go, and it's basically, look, he's being interfered with there. He goes with one hand, makes that catch around the defender, gets the 1 foot down, which is all you need at this level, and that's color 6. Cue the band.
So 4 seconds remaining, and here is Dylan Cox for the all-important extra point through the north uprights. He bangs it through. So 4 seconds remain, and Southeastern adding to their lead, 20-6, the score here. As we let Rob get things together, we'll tell you about our Texoma Chevy Dealer Scoring Drive recap. Of course, this month it is Chevy Truck Month. Time to get after it with America's most dependable trucks like the rugged Colorado and the highly capable Silverado half-ton, the powerful Silverado HD, and the uncompromising Silverado EV. Visit your local Texoma Chevy dealers today to see for yourself. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Here's Rob with your Texoma Chevy Dealer Scoring Drive recap.
Well, we forget that drive started back at your own 12-yard line. That's an 88-yard drive in 9 plays. Takes 3 minutes and 45 seconds off the clock. Nunez finishes it off. Actually, I guess Hohenberger finished it off with a 4-yard touchdown or 8-yard touchdown pass to Nunez. And probably the best thing, they leave 4 seconds on the clock right here, so no chance really for Monticello to get anything going. And Southeastern's going to get the true 2-for-1 with the second half, receiving the second half kickoff.
Perhaps our shortest U.S. Cellular kickoff of the season. Be sure to enter in the 10K Life and Us Mode sweepstakes. Visit giveaway.uscellular.com to enter today. As Dylan Cox has his troops lined up, and this will be a pooch kick, sailing over the 30-yard line, fielded at the 27 in a return attempt. Ends quickly, Dejon Doss, and it leaves 1 second on the clock for the Bull Wheels of Arkansas Monticello.
Well, let you get some pressure on the kid. He's shown the ability to get the ball down the field on that last drive with the big pass. So look for a prevent look from Southeastern here. Obviously just one play. And be interesting to see if they let the kid try to put it up or if they just say enough said and let's go to the locker room.
By the way, that drive for Hohenberger, putting him near 150 yards passing, highly efficient. We'll touch his numbers here in a moment before we go to the break. Right now, Tavion Falk takes the final snap of the half, and he'll hand off here a safe play, and not a lot going for the tailback, Glenn Gage, as Seabach in on the stop, and that'll end the first half as we get set for the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma halftime show. Hohenberger, 7 of 11 through the air with a long pass of 62 and an 8-yard touchdown connection to Matt Nunez. And coming up, we got the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma halftime show. Our special guest around the corner after this. Southeastern up 20-6 on the Southeastern Sports Network.
The Choctaw Cultural Center is so much more than a museum. It's an adventure. Hear the living stories of our vibrant people and walk in the footsteps of our ancestors. Understand the ways of the warrior, then let your inner child play. Learn a delicious new skill or eat your fill at the cafe. We can't wait to welcome you into our dance circle. Explore and discover the past, present, and the future of the Choctaw people. Plan your visit today at ChoctawCulturalCenter.com.
Life is yours to spend. Spend it apart. Spend it together. Spend a little now. Spend a lot later. Spend it fearlessly. Spend it faithfully. First United Bank. Spend life wisely.
Shelburne Heating and Air is the choice for all your residential and commercial needs. Service and installation on brands you know and trust. Carrier, Trane, Luxair, Mitsubishi, and American Standard. Shelburne Heating and Air specializes in optimizing the performance of your heating and cooling system. Here to help you improve your indoor comfort. Shelburne Heating and Air, your locally owned heating and air experts. For contact info, visit shelburneheatair.com.
What's your something?
My something is getting my very first apartment.
My something is staying on the cutting edge of the tech industry.
My something is to make a difference.
What's your something?
My something? Making every plate a work of art. There's something for you here.
Find your something at careers.choctawnation.com.
Welcome back, everyone. It is the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma halftime show here at Paul Laird Field at Spin Life Wisely Stadium. Southeastern in control in the season opener, 20-6. And it's interesting because Arkansas Monticello, they have been 5-0 since season opener since 2019, but right now they find themselves in the hole against the Savage Storm. Jay Lindley here welcoming you back and welcoming on a special guest, a longtime partner of the Southeastern Sports Network, Eric Studeville, of course, of Studeville Chevrolet and your local Texoma Chevy dealers. Eric, I know it has always been important for you. I find it interesting that the other dealers with Texoma Chevy dealers, you guys find it important to not only say you're local, but really be a part of Texoma. How important is it to you and your fellow car dealers in the Texoma Chevy dealer group?
Well, obviously the Texoma Chevy dealers are Oklahoma and North Texas dealers, right? And a lot of kids on this team are from North Texas. A lot of great athletes south of the border. So, yeah, we're proud to be a great partner of the Southeastern Sports Network, and great kids on both sides of the Red River. And gosh, we're just so proud to be here on our first Thursday night.
Of course, I know you have ties, your family's name, setting in the weight room that relatively new here at Southeastern Oklahoma State. Your dad being a professor here. Talk a little bit about that and just how important the university is. Not only, and I think that this is something that has happened and kind of transformed over the last 20 years or so. I think people used to look at it as like, oh, it's Durant's university. I think it's really been regionalized. It is Texoma's university.
It is, absolutely. You know, if you look at this team we got right now, we got 80 kids. They're scattered all over, right? We got North Texas kids, we got Southern Oklahoma kids, we got Eastern Oklahoma kids, we got California kids. So we're all over the place. But, yeah, so the Studeville name is, we've been there a long time, right? My grandfather, and as a kid, a few years ago, I don't know, 15 years, whatever, I used to ride with my granddad, and he did the old videotaping, the very first videographer for the Southeastern football team. So way back in the tape era. And then my dad did that as well. My dad taught us Southeastern for 30-something years. My granddad as well taught us Southeastern for a long time. So, yeah, huge, long legacy of the Studeville name here at Southeastern. glad to do the nutrition center that we did for all sports, right? Not just football, but every sport, rodeo included, right? So we're so proud to do that, and it's always great to see our name all over the stadium. So, yeah, we're huge supporters and so proud to be here.
Now, I got to ask you this, because you're a former football guy yourself. You've been in the box with us for that 88-yard drive. You were in here with us for all of that.
I was, yeah.
How you were getting a little excited. How close were you to throwing on the pads and asking Coach Atterbury to let you take a shot on kickoff or something?
I looked you right in the eye, and I said, how in the world that guy just make that catch in the end zone, right? That was incredible. Tight end catch, right? It was incredible. I mean, he leaped over the guy, made a one-handed grab right there on the end zone.
I saw the fire in your eye there.
I know, absolutely. So
you gained some youth there, a little fountain of youth. There.
Nothing better than Division II football in Southeast Oklahoma on a Thursday night, right?
Exactly.
And, of course, our friends from Monticello. I've got a really good friend that works for me that spent a whole lot of time in Monticello, Arkansas, and I just wanted to call out my best buddy, Ronnie Williams. I know he's listening tonight, and I hope Southeastern gets a win, but it's great to have all the folks from Monticello here tonight. So.
Well, again, Eric Steudenville, of course, of Steudenville Chevrolet and your local Texoma Chevy dealers.
I need one more thing to say. Yep. It's Truck Month at Steudenville Chevrolet. I couldn't go without saying that. It's also Truck Month at Steudenville Chevrolet in Ponca City, where Ronnie Williams from Monticello is. 2.9, all 25 Silverados for 72 months. 2.9 interest.
And that's the best we've seen in a while.
Yeah, absolutely. 2.9, 72 months on all 25 Silverados at both Steudenville Chevrolet and Durant, Steudenville Chevrolet in Ponca City, where Ronnie Williams from Monticello, my friend, is there. So, anyway, yeah.
And Ponca City, a long way. We're a long way from Monticello. Ponca City, a long way from.
Yeah, you can see, the West Coast from there. But anyway, yeah.
Again, Eric Steudenville, everyone. Hey, man, I appreciate it greatly.
Yeah, you bet.
Of course, coming up, we'll have Bob take you around the GAC highlights and stat recap from the first half of this one. It is the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma halftime show on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Looking for the perfect spot to unwind? Blue River Valley Winery is the place to be, with breathtaking views, amazing food, and unforgettable wine. It's the perfect escape. Whether you're planning a wedding, a family gathering, or just a peaceful afternoon, we've got something special for you. Come visit us at Blue River Valley Winery, located on Sawmill Road in Caddo. Be sure to follow us on Facebook, Blue River Valley Winery.
Craving bold flavors and good vibes? Come on down to El Caporal Mexican Restaurant and Bar, your local fiesta headquarters. Sizzle your taste buds with Tex-Mex favorites, fresh seafood dishes, and don't forget their legendary top-shelf margaritas. Shaken, stirred, and always served with a smile. Whether it's date night, family night, or Margarita Monday, El Caporal is the place to be. El Caporal, where every night feels like a fiesta. Visit today. Taste the tradition, stay for the fun.
Since 1971, Westside Family Dentistry has been committed to enhancing the natural beauty and function of your smile while improving your oral and overall health. Using state-of-the-art technology, our friendly staff will take care of all your needs, from routine care, crown and bridge, implants, and even orthodontics, including Invisalign. Westside Family Dentistry is the premier choice to create beautiful, healthy smiles for the whole family.
The Pick 6 meal for two is back at Buffalo Wild Wings of Sherman. Choose 2 entrees, 2 sides, and 2 fountain drinks for just $19.99. Dine in only. Some restrictions apply. Pick 6 meal for two, perfect for all the games or just hanging out. All with 1 giant screen and 45 50-plus-inch TVs, so you never miss the game. Open 11 to midnight Sunday through Wednesday and 11 to 1 Thursday through Saturday. The $19.99 Pick 6 meal for two, only at Buffalo Wild Wings inside the Sherman Town Center.
Halftime here, the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma halftime show as we come to you from Paul Laird Field. Good crowd tonight. The weather's nice. Home team has the lead at halftime, 20-6. Southeastern leading Monticello. Bob Sullins with you here on the halftime show as we look at some of the first half highlights and kind of recap the game. Southeastern jumped out to a lead in the first half, and the first touchdown of the year came on a 3-yard run by Jonathan Cobb. Well, that's supposed to be a 3-yard touchdown run. It wasn't. Anyway, that made it 7-0 as Southeastern took the lead. 7-0 lead with 8:29 to go in the first half. It was a good drive, too, by the Savage Storm as they put together. Well, where is it here? It was a 10-play, 56-yard drive that Cobb took it over from 3 yards out. Savage Storm played good defense, got the ball back. Dylan Cox knocked in a 41-yard field goal. That made it 10-0 at the end of the first quarter. Southeastern had another good drive, and it was set up by this nice play. Victor Taylor with a little swing pass that turned into a big play. Goes for like 46 yards. You can see the good block right there as he races down the home sideline. Taylor on his way. I thought he might score on this little cutback here, but there was one man he couldn't beat, and that was Jackson who brought him down. That set up the field goal that made it 13-0. But then the defense stepped up and made some big plays for the Savage Storm as well. Look at the hit on this play. Boom. And the Savage Storm defense kept them out at bay for most of the first half. They did score on this crazy play. Good defense here, but what a catch. What a catch by Monticello. Lott made that 44-yard touchdown catch. That put the Boll Weevils on the board, but another little short pass that turned into a big play, this time to Nunez, the tight end. Looks like Hohenberger's going to run it. Last second, he kind of floats it over the top, and Nunez, after the catch, makes a good run, breaks one tackle, two tackles. He keeps going and gets it inside Monticello territory, and then he ended up catching the touchdown with 4 seconds to go before halftime. And what a catch that was as well by the Savage Storm, who just a great job in the first half for the Savage Storm. Nunez with 2 catches. Matthew Nunez, the 6'2 senior out of Ferris, Texas, on that last drive. That made it 20-6, our score at halftime. The Savage Storm will get the ball to start the second half. If you look at the overall stats in the first half, they look like this. Southeastern had 11 first downs to 7. They had 147 yards through the air to 125 for Monticello. That was passing yards, rushing yards, 58, but the defense held Monticello only 21 yards rushing. Both quarterbacks very efficient, as Luke Hohenberger was 7 of 11 for that 147, so a good job there. And at halftime, Southeastern leads it 20-6. 20-6. We'll go over some of the other scores going on. Big NFL game tonight. Oh, yeah, the Cowboys play tonight in Philadelphia. That game just getting underway. And we'll have some updates on that as we go along here. Halftime brought to you by the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma here on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Turnpike Troubadours are coming live to Durant.
Picking up barges on a long hot summer day. Well, good Lord,
Burning up the stage at Choctaw Grand Theater on Saturday, September 20th. A masterful live show like no other.
Mama warned you about
Turnpike Troubadours.
Gin and smoke and
you can purchase tickets at Ticketmaster.com. Choctaw Casino Resort, Durant.
If college is in your future, then scholarship applications should be too. Visit ChetaFoundation.com for dozens of scholarship opportunities. Whether you're a high school senior or pursuing a doctorate level degree, Choctaw Tribal members will find competitive scholarships for every level of education. Applications for the Cheta Foundation open on January 15th, but you can start planning now. For more information, visit the scholarship page at ChetaFoundation.com. That's CHAHTA Foundation.com.
At Excel Therapy, our expertise extends beyond sports. We also offer dedicated rehabilitation for seniors, helping you maintain mobility and independence. Plus, we provide effective workers' comp rehabilitation to support a speedy return to work. With clinics in Ardmore and Durant, Excel Therapy is the community's trusted choice for top-quality orthopedic and sports medicine care. Visit exceltherapyok.com to learn more. Excel Therapy, where we excel at helping you excel.
When you're dealing with an insurance company, you're already behind the 8 ball. And the only way to get a level playing field is to hire an attorney.
We treat each and every case and each and every client as if they are a friend and neighbor, because that is how we view them.
You'll get the best service, you're going to have the best people working on your case. That I can promise.
Burridge Law Firm. Call 580-920-0700 or visit burridgelaw.com.
Once again, back here at Paul Laird Field, 20-6. Southeastern with the lead at halftime. The Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma halftime show as we go over some of the other scores going on in the Great American Conference. Big showdown in Norman coming up this Saturday. Are you up for that? OU Michigan. We'll see the Wolverines coming to town very often, or coming to the state of Oklahoma. So let's look at some of the other scores going on tonight. One game at halftime. It's in Arkadelphia. Henderson State leading Southern Nazarene 13-3 at halftime. Let's see, where's my, there it is, I think. Well, there we go. Also, Southern Arkansas playing at home against Oklahoma Baptist ahead 28-0. That now at halftime. Northwestern had the unenviable task of hosting Harding in the season opener. They're at home in Alva, 35-0, Harding on top at halftime. And a game being played in Weatherford. Southwestern hosting Arkansas Tech, halftime there 17-10, so a relatively close game. And a game with 1:40 to go in the first period. East Central at home hosting Ouachita Baptist, and East Central is up 7-0. So those are your scores in the GAC. Let's see if there's an update. No score between the Cowboys and Eagles, just got underway up in Philadelphia. We'll see how the Micah Parson-less Cowboys do. We'll take a break and be right back with more of your halftime show brought to you by Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma.
We recently asked listeners to describe the super nachos off the Taco Casa's super menu. Here are their stories.
I love that when you order the super nachos to go, they separate the chips from the toppings into different containers so that I get to have crispy chips.
The super nachos, only on the super menu at Taco Casa, located on 1st Street in Durant and Southbound 75 in Calera. Taco Casa, real fresh, real food, real good.
Arnett Insurance is proudly celebrating 60 years of serving Durant and the Texoma area. That's 3 generations of family ownership looking out for your insurance needs. Rates for home, life, auto, and commercial that fit your lifestyle and budget. At Arnett Insurance, you'll find 10 licensed agents with over 270 years of experience. Locally based agents that work with a variety of insurance companies give you the best options available. Located at 1116 West Main in Durant, it's Arnett Insurance and ArnettInsurance.com.
Shamrock Bank is an employee-owned company based in southeastern Oklahoma. We are a proud sponsor of Savage Storm Athletics. Many of our employee owners are alumni of Southeastern and know firsthand the opportunities higher education can bring. Our success is tied to the success of the communities we serve. Come see the difference employee ownership makes. At Shamrock Bank, you are more than a customer, we are more than a bank. Shamrock Bank, member FDIC.
Dive into the new Ultimate Trio at your neighborhood Applebee's of Durant, where every combo is a winning play. Pick, mix, and score for just $14.99. Who will you draft? Will it be chicken quesadillas with chipotle lime salsa, or boneless wings with house-made ranch or blue cheese? With 10 apps and 10 dips to combine, any combination could be the winning play. The Ultimate Trio, only at your neighborhood Applebee's of Durant, 1001 Westside Drive, open till midnight Sunday through Thursday and open till 1 a.m. Fridays and Saturdays.
Welcome back, everyone. Wrapping up the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma halftime shows. Both quarterbacks settling in here this evening in their season openers, but it's Southeastern that leads 20-6 as the moon begins to climb high above Spin-Life Wisely Stadium. Jay Lindley alongside Rob Johnson. Of course, Bob Sullins, our video technical director here on this Thursday evening. Southeastern Oklahoma State, they have lost 3 straight season openers, including last year's narrow loss against Southern Arkansas. It was a game that the Savage Storm lost here at home 36-31. Monticello, conversely, they have won 5 straight season openers and have opened 2-0 each of the last 2 years. Last year, though, opening with Northwestern and at Southwestern. Southeastern trying to snap that streak for the Boll Weevils. Let's talk about the quarterbacks. Luke Hohenberger, 7 of 11, 147 yards passing. He had 7 carries for 21 yards, including a long of 62. By the way, that one didn't go for a touchdown. And Tavion Falk, the nephew of former LSU standout Kevin Falk, seems as though he's settled in. 9 of 13 passing for 125 yards, but only 2 carries for 5 yards so far for Falk.
Well, this Southeastern defense has done a great job shutting down the running game, putting the ball in the young quarterback's hands. And like you said, Falk's done a good job. 9 of 13. The long of 44, the touchdown catch was just a great throw and a great catch from the receiver. So it doesn't look like it's too big for him, so to speak. But I think the biggest thing coming out of the end of that first half is the 2-for-1 that Southeastern needs to take advantage of here. Showing the late touchdown, Hohenberger doing a great job. Nunez, what a catch over here in this near end zone, and now you get the ball back and can double up on that.
Let's talk Southeastern defense. While Monticello, 146 yards of total offense, they had a lot of empty yards on that drive that ended in a blocked field goal. 61 of those yards coming on that blocked field goal drive for Monticello. Just your thoughts on the way the defense is playing. We've seen a lot of different bodies out there so far. They seem to have a lot of depth.
Well, you know what? They really do, turning people over, and that's going to pay off, especially here early in the season when it's a little hotter, the humidity's a little higher, and you're able to stay fresh in that fourth quarter, and it should pay off when we get there.
So 20-6 is our score here at Spin Life Wisely Stadium. Of course, looking down on Paul Laird Field. And is our moon waning or waxing gibbous?
You know what? I got to look that up. That's my thing, isn't it?
We'll get you that update brought to you by Shelburne Heating and Air. They are also your game time temp. And let's take a look at what the temp is now. It was 92 when we started. It's only dropped a couple of degrees to 89. Shelburne Heating and Air, your local heating and air experts here for your indoor comfort. Visit ShelburneHeatAir.com. And now that takes us to a U.S. Cellular kickoff to begin the second half as Dylan Duhan, the junior, will kick left to right, north to south here on a humid Thursday evening in Durant. And Duhan's kick drifting to the left. This one will be fielded and brought out by Cameron Lockhart. Lockhart getting a seam, has a 25-30, makes a cut, and has some wheels to boot. Breaks over midfield at the 40 and up the left sideline, dancing out of bounds and reversing the field completely. No flags, and Southeastern will have it deep inside territory. Lockhart, one of those guys that kind of flew under the radar, a freshman from Frisco Emerson High School.
And look at this fake reverse right there. But bottom line is they just got that thing blocked up. He found a seam and took off, and you said it. He's got some wheels. And what a great way to start that chase for that 2-for-1 I was talking about.
65-yard return, and it puts Southeastern at the 32. There's a guy that Coach Atterbury told me about after our pregame show interview. He said that the Lockhart kid, he's got some juice, and he showed it off the first time he touches the football here at Paul Laird Field. And now DJ Brown, he is to the left of Hohenberger as Victor Taylor in motion left to right. Handoff Brown finds a cut and makes his way forward over the 30 to the 29. Great vision by DJ Brown to find what was there. He picks up 3, 2nd and 7 on the way.
Donovan Shannon had the big run off of the option look in the first half for about 15 yards or so. Other than that, Monticello's done a pretty good job against this running game. We talked about 263 yards they gave up last year. Doing a much better job to this point here tonight.
Kobe Jennings out all along to the right. We'll see if they leave him singled up over there. Hohenberger with 2 receivers to the left. They go back to Brown in the ground game. Brown penetrating the 30. Still trying to keep his footing down near the 26. Call it a gain of 4. And here comes 2nd down and 4 facing Southeastern. Or 3rd down and 4. And there's a shaken up Boll Weevil down inside the 30-yard line.
Looks like one of the big boys. 99. Jaquan Fank Be careful with that.
Big thanks to Brad Reesing as he is listening, and the former McCurtain Gazette writer. And I don't know if he's still doing play-by-play down McCurtain County or not, but he chimes in for you. It is waxing gibbous.
I was ready. I was just waiting for the right time to drop it.
He beat you to the punch. And, of course, that humidity we spoke of, big man down for Monticello. Perhaps a cramp looked that way, and it was Jaquan Frank, a big 6'3", 280 junior defensive end that comes hobbling off the turf from Pensacola, Florida.
You can always tell that post-cramp walk. He doesn't want to bend that leg, Baroka. He knows that thing's going to fire as soon as he bends that leg. He doesn't want to do it.
I ain't gonna lie, I got back from vacation a couple of weeks ago, and I had one of those vacation Charlie horses creep up on me. I thought I was dying for a moment. That, of course, woke me up at about 3 a.m. Not fun at all.
No.
4 wide, 2 to each side with Taylor in the left slot. Hohenberger goes out near side, finds Nunez. Nunez inside the 20, has the first down into the red zone, down to the 18-yard line with a gain of 8. Is Matt Nunez is responsible for the long receiving score here this evening.
Monticello's really been in a straight man coverage most of the night. There on 3rd and 5, they backed up into that zone. Just an easy pitch and catch. Nunez gets down beyond the chains. An easy pitch and catch for Hohenberger, and now another late drop from a boll weevil that looks to be having cramps.
And it appears to be Charles Thomas, the defensive back that is manned up on Nunez and on the big 6'7" receiver Kobe Jennings. And appears to be the same thing.
They don't look to be in a super hurry to come help him. I'm like
And that, timeout here charged because back-to-back injuries. So we'll take a quick timeout ourselves. Savage Storm football continues after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Durant Lumber Company, your only locally home-owned lumber and true value hardware store at 115 South 3rd Street, has been a supporter of our community's local schools and athletes for over 100 years. You know Durant Lumber for all of their high-quality building materials. Now, get to know Durant Lumber for all of your game day needs with Traeger grills, wood pellets, outdoor furniture, and more. Durant Lumber in the heart of downtown Durant. Quality products, competitive prices. Durant Lumber Company. Behind every project is a true value.
Cherokee Communications believes good things come in threes, like 3-pointers, epic movie trilogies, and great home service. That's why Cherokee offers HD TV, high-speed internet, and home phone. And right now, you can get any service or all three for one low cost. Get HD TV, internet, and home phone from Cherokee Communications and score 3 for the home team. Visit CherokeeCom.com today.
Back just in time. Hohenberger takes the snap on 1st and 10. Handoff Brown. Cuts over the 15. Spins over the 10. And down to the 10-yard line. He'll fall. Gain of 8 on the play.
A little bit different look there. Not quite the straight, counter or straight handoff that kind of got him going to the edge there. Gave him a little zone blocking look. He's able to cut that back and find a seam. I'm not for sure, but I think from memory that's probably his longest run of the day, and brings up a 2nd and short here.
By the way, officially that Lockhart return 66 yards. That's the reason Southeastern threatening here, facing 2nd down and 3 inside the red zone at the 10. Handoff Brown, sprints off left side, has the first down, has the end zone. Into the end zone he goes. DJ Brown ratcheting up another score, and Southeastern taking control. 26-6 now with 12:24 to play here in the 3rd.
Boy, and that one was you had the one pass out here to Nunez to get the first down on a 3rd down, but other than that, all on the ground. And following the big return from the youngster, and 2 for 1 check.
So now Brown with his first rushing score of the season, as Jonathan Cobb punched in the one earlier. And here is Dylan Cox for the all-important extra point. Appears to be some confusion. And now a delay of game penalty will be called here.
They're missing a player.
Well, it was Natarian Johnson that came rushing down like he was supposed to be on, but I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, there's a late onto the field, and you know what? Good decision. I mean, your kicker should be able to make it from 5 yards further back. Not a good place to waste a timeout.
Not at all, considering the Boll Weevils just lost one a minute ago after back-to-back cramping injuries. Cox for this extra point. And this kick is on the way, and the extra point is good. 27-6, 12:24 to go here in the third quarter. Storm in front on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Durant Lumber Company, your only locally home-owned lumber and true value hardware store at 115 South 3rd Street, has been a supporter of our community's local schools and athletes for over 100 years. You know Durant Lumber for all of their high-quality building materials. Now, get to know Durant Lumber for all of your game day needs with Traeger grills, wood pellets, outdoor furniture, and more. Durant Lumber in the heart of downtown Durant. Quality products, competitive prices. Durant Lumber Company. Behind every project is a true value.
Cherokee Communications believes good things come in threes, like 3-pointers, epic movie trilogies, and great home service. That's why Cherokee offers HD TV, high-speed internet, and home phone. And right now, you can get any service or all three for one low cost. Get HD TV, internet, and home phone from Cherokee Communications and score 3 for the home team. Visit CherokeeCom.com today.
Welcome back, everyone. Just in time for a Texoma Chevy Dealer scoring drive recap. Here's one Rob Johnson.
5 plays, 32 yards after the big return. So 32 yards, ends in the end zone with a Brown 10-yard touchdown run, and they took 2 minutes, 24 seconds off the clock, and most importantly, took advantage of that 2-for-1 opportunity they had with the late touchdown in the first and then scoring early here in the second.
It is Chevy Truck Month, and it's the best time to check out the rugged, capable, powerful, and uncompromising Chevy Truck lineup. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Find yours at your local Texoma Chevy dealers. Your U.S. Cellular kickoff will be a right-to-left kick. Going south to north, here's Dylan Cox. He sends it booming away, and fielded at the 6 will be brought out by Amari Cox, trying to get to the center of the field. He does, but it's short of the 20. There is a flag way back here at the 40, and not sure who that flag might have been on.
And late, too.
They'll move it up to the 38-yard line, and it's going to be a holding call against Monticello, as the back judge shows. By the way, your officials tonight, the referee is Brad Frisbee, the headline judge, Jarrett Riley, the side judge, Drew Walker, the back judge who just threw that one, Cody Stevenson. While the umpire is Larry Brown, not the former NBA coach, and Trey.
Or Cowboys corner.
Giglio, yes. And Hayden Johnson, the field judge, the center judge, is Christopher Abadi. Or Abadi.
Well, the good news is that back judge called that holding foul from about 40 yards away. Now, if we can just get him to go to Cersei once in a while.
A little bad blood there.
I had to do it, bro.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. Tavion Falk. Hope Commissioner Pruitt's watching as well. Here's a quick out to the right side, and that one goes nowhere. That pass out into the flat, Cole McKnight just took T.J. Fields and said, hello, tackling dummy.
Well,
takes him back to the 6.
And more than that, he's getting blocked by the big receiver out here, 88, A.K. Hazley. And he sheds that block and immediately does a great job in the open field. Lost play, and Monticello's field position gets even worse.
I'll touch on something after this play. I like the preparation there, though, by Cole McKnight. As here is Falk to pass. Goes deep, wide open. Pass is caught, and keeping his footing, finally spun down as Jason Collins on the far side of the field gets the Boll Weevils out of trouble with a gain of 20. And a first down. Now, remember, Mikey Hookfin, who moved on to greener pastures, that's one of the things he did, and they always talked about his film work and getting those type of plays. You really got to credit Troy Parker, defensive backs coach, as well as the defensive coordinator Brandon Smith. This defense is always prepared to play, as here is Glenn Cage, who rips off a gain of 11 into the heart of the defense. Will Wallace making the tackle. And it's a gain of 11 as we close in on the 11-minute mark. Southeastern leading 27-6 after a drive was ignited a moment ago by a 66-yard kick return by Cameron Lockhart, the true freshman out of Frisco Emerson. In motion, right to left is TJ Fields. Sets up 3 to the right for the quarterback Falk. He'll dump it to Fields, throws it a little bit behind his head. If he leaves it out in front of him, he would have had an opportunity to get to the corner and move. He did have a defensive back over there lurking, and Cameron Fields, 2nd down and 10 after the incompletion.
Well, Monticello's goal is clearly to get some of these athletes, and they've got several of them, out and get them the ball out in space. And right there the concept was 2 receivers going deep. They were trying to throw it to the young man underneath, and it just over his head because he had some running room over there.
So 10:42 to play here in the third. Clock stopped after the incompletion. Falk from his own 37. This time fires over the middle and a somersault tackle. The ball comes out. Southeastern may have it. Southeastern players saying that they have it, and the official, they agree that Southeastern has it. So the Savage Storm, big upending there, and big number 98, Jalen Adams,
11,
comes bowling through. And with the
Travion Butler
with the fumble recovery.
Well, he's the one that caused it. He was the big hit that flipped him head over heels there, and the ball came out. Boy, what a great hit. And a good throw from the quarterback. He just gets nuked right there, and there comes the ball clearly out before he's down. And Southeastern's defense able to jump on it and get the first turnover 2025.
And as I was trying to say, it was Adams with the fumble recovery, but Bob was focused on the big hit, talking into our ear. Let's start with who recovered the fumble first.
Bigger issue, first down in plus territory. Capitalize on that turnover.
All right. Storm in plus territory began at the 44. Hohenberger looking for the jugular. This time he'll tuck and run over the middle. He'll go over the 40, and it's a pickup of 6.
Oh, don't you limp. Don't you do it. You're not allowed to limp. That's all there is to it. You know what? Good decision from Hohenberger. You could see him go through 2 or 3 different reads there. Nobody he likes, at least not well enough to let go of the ball, and he pulls it down and gets a 7 yards on first down. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. Good decision.
So 2nd down and 3 coming up here for Southeastern, already leading 27-6. They scored on their first possession, started that drive in plus territory. This one beginning at the Boll Weevil 44. Handoff, Jonathan Cobb, stretch play to the right. And then he'll knife ahead, stopped a yard short of the first down.
The safety, Townsend over there, number 25, ran the alley just like an absolute missile. And Cobb makes him miss right in the hole, but got just enough of Cobb to make him spin to the ground, brings up 3rd and short.
So 3rd and 1. Mentioned Savage Storm a year ago really struggled on 3rd downs. They're 5 of 8, though, here tonight. And their season opener with an H-back over the right side. They'll hand off Cobb right up the gut, 30. 25 sidesteps him in, and inside the 20, he'll drag Boll Weevils along down to the 16-yard line. A pickup of 19 and another Southeastern first down.
Well, and you can see on the replay right there, Cobb takes that handoff, and he is full speed through that hole. There is no find a different place to go or look for your best block or set up your blocks or shoot people. He is downhill.
Credit Darian Miner, the center. He's the one that walled off that right side and allowed Cobb to get about a 3-yard head start there. Snap back to Hohenberger, swings it out left. Cobb, 15, Cobb, 10. Flag comes in as Cobb taken down at the 5. But that one may be coming back.
Well, I'll be interested to see because it did look like a hold. It also looked like, and I guess that's what they're going to call. But I've always heard that the cornerback out here on the outside can't go low on the blocker either.
So the holding penalty is against Jalen Banks. Big tight end, H-back, 6'4", 250-pound sophomore making the mistake there.
Yeah.
Just the 3rd penalty of the day, though, against Southeastern. That's a very clean game so far for the Savage Storm here. But that's going to back them up, and it's going to take them all the way back to the 26-yard line.
And that's one of the things we talked about in pregame is try to play clean. And so far, for the most part, they've been able to do that. Let's see if they can't overcome this mistake here.
1st down and 20 now. 3 receivers left, wide side of the field. Jennings all alone to the right. As Hohenberger looking to pass, has Jennings, and then just kind of stumbles down. He was going to pass.
That didn't look good.
Not at all.
But he's getting up. It looks like he's okay. I was concerned about a non-contact problem there, and he's coming out of the football game right now.
Now, they quickly didn't like what they saw, and they'll quickly insert the backup. LeVay Duncan, a guy they've been really high on, redshirt freshman out of Baytown, Texas. Big body, 6'3", 203 pounds. Multiple schools there in Baytown, played at Robert E. Lee High School. So here is the redshirt freshman, Duncan. He receives the snap. Sprints out left, option look, keeps it on his own, stays inside the 15, and drags tacklers down to the 10.
Well, one of the things you just said is there comes the big quarterback, and boy, he shows it right there as you see on the replay. He fakes the pitch, cuts up underneath right there, and then drags tacklers from first contact at the 16 down to the 10-yard line.
And with that, he gets a chunk of that yardage back, a 13-yard gain. And now it's third and a very manageable 4 yards here. Hohenberger talking to the trainer. Scott Willman down on the sidelines. As Duncan takes the snap, handoff, Donovan Shannon. Shannon into the pile. And he is just a hair short, I believe, of a first down. Some extracurriculars after the fact between these two.
Well, Shannon bounced off of the tackle there and bounced backwards and was going to start running again. I don't think he ever actually went to the ground. I think up 27-6 right here, you've got a chance to really put not a nail in the coffin, so to speak. There's a lot of game left, but you got a chance to send a message here. Even if it's 4th and short, it wouldn't surprise me to see Coach Atterbury keep his offense out there. It looks like he will.
Clock continuing to run. We crawl toward the 6-minute mark. Play clock, though, down to 5. Duncan in the gun, receives the snap. He'll hand to Shannon, and the pile pushes forward. Has enough for a first down. All they needed was the 6. They appear to make the 5. And the 7th play of the drive results in a first down, and the clock will continue to run here. And whistles.
Yeah, Donovan Shannon lost his bonnet there. He's got to come out. The good news is for the defense, he's got to come out. The bad news is here comes Jonathan Cobb from the 4-yard line.
And Shannon's showing a little emotion, yelling first down. You can pick it up clearly on the crowd mic as he came across. So, first down for Southeastern in a clock-eating drive here that began at the 10:26 mark. They've almost taken 5 minutes off of the clock, and they will after this snap. As LeVay Duncan in relief of the quarterback, Luke Hohenberger. Duncan keeps on his own, has the edge, and he Vince Youngs it into the end zone. Appeared to be a late hit horse collar. Don't see a flag, but I do see 6 on the scoreboard.
Yes,
touchdown Southeastern.
You can keep the flag. It's okay. Boy, I'll tell you what, you talked about the youngster on the kickoff return that's got some juice. This Duncan kid has a little something. That's all I can say. I certainly want Hohenberger to be okay, but Duncan showed us a little something right there.
So 33-6 now our score, and here is Dylan Cox for the all-important extra point. And the kick through the north uprights sells true, and it's 34-6. Southeastern in control. 5:13 to go into the third. Savage Storm football continues after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
The Choctaw Cultural Center is so much more than a museum. It's an adventure. Hear the living stories of our vibrant people and walk in the footsteps of our ancestors. Understand the ways of the warrior, then let your inner child play. Learn a delicious new skill or eat your fill at the cafe. We can't wait to welcome you into our dance circle. Explore and discover the past, present, and the future of the Choctaw people. Plan your visit today at ChoctawCulturalCenter.com.
Chevy makes America's most dependable trucks, like the rugged Colorado, the highly capable Silverado 1500, the powerful Silverado HD, and the uncompromising Silverado EV. In every Chevy truck, dependability comes standard.
It's Chevy Truck Month. Well-qualified buyers can get 2.9% financing for 72 months on Silverado 1500 models.
Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
2.9 for 72 months on 25 model Silverados. That's right. It's Truck Month at your local Texoma Chevy dealers, and it's time for another Southeastern scoring drive recap. Here's Rob Johnson.
Yeah, that one only has to cover 44 yards, but they do it in 8 plays, and they take 5 minutes and 19 seconds off the clock. Leve Duncan, is that how we say it? Leve Duncan finishes it off with the 5-yard touchdown run to both capitalize on the turnover, and don't forget in that drive, Duncan comes in with a 2nd and 17 looking at him in the face, overcomes that, and finishes the drive with 6 points.
Here is your U.S. Cellular kickoff. It is a right-to-left kick, and here is Dylan Cox, and that kick selling toward Amari Cox, and a fair catch made. Some royal blue jerseys go tumbling across the turf, but no block in the back issued, and Monticello will begin this drive at their own 25-yard line, trailing big here on the road. Their streak of 5 straight season opening wins in jeopardy. Southeastern trying to snap what is a 3-game losing streak in season openers. And the Savage Storm, of course, last season, started the season 0-2. They faced Henderson State in that first one. And here is the backup, Tyler Webb, the transfer from Kilgore Community College. Webb airing it out deep. Has a man caught, and Amari Cox will run away for a 75-yard touchdown reception. So Tyler Webb, the Waco Connolly product, he was given about 5 seconds, stepped into it, and threw a bomb down the left side.
Yeah, and it looked like, I think is it McKnight? Yeah, it's Cole McKnight in the coverage, and he just got his feet tangled and fell down, and boy, that ball's right on the money for the 75-yard score.
So Tyler Duhon, and new life breathed into the Boll Weevil sidelines, as they will kick this extra point into the south uprights. The kick is on the way, and it hits off the Steubenville Chevrolet signage in that south end zone, and it's now 34-13, Southeastern in front. Savage Storm football continues in a moment on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Steubenville Chevrolet in Durant is proud to support Savage Storm Athletics. And with the same pride, resilience, and strength as Savage Storm fans, Steubenville Chevrolet is proud to be Durant Chevy dealer. When you need a new car, truck, or SUV, the Steubenville team is ready to find your perfect tailgate vehicle. No need to leave town to find what you want. Stay local, buy your Chevrolet the Steubenville way, and go Savage Storm.
We recently asked listeners to describe the super nachos off the Taco Casa's super menu. Here are their stories.
I love that when you order the super nachos to go, they separate the chips from the toppings into different containers so that I get to have crispy chips.
The super nachos, only on the super menu at Taco Casa, located on 1st Street in Durant and Southbound 75 in Calera. Taco Casa, real fresh, real food, real good.
Looky, another Texoma Chevy dealer scoring drive recap. This one for the other guys, the Boll Weevils, putting 7 on the scoreboard. Here's Rob Johnson.
Well, if they were going to get back in this game, they needed an answer. Boy, they got it, and they got it quickly in one play. 75 yards, 10 seconds off the clock. Webb, the backup quarterback, to Cox for the 75-yard touchdown pass.
Of course, so that brought to you by your local Texoma Chevy dealers, where it's Chevy Truck Month. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Your U.S. Cellular kickoff, a short one. This one will bounce in front of an up man. It is a live ball, and not a lot going there. Looks to be a face mask. I don't see a flag anywhere. As taken down was Trevin Hohenberger. And a little extra after the fact, but I see no flag. Says that is your U.S. Cellular kickoff. Of course, I'd like to mention Choctaw Casino Resort Durant. They are a proud partner of the Southeastern Sports Network. This month it is the Gas Monkey giveaway. You can have a shot at winning your custom Gas Monkey Garage 2025 Ford F-150, as that drawing will take place on September 27th. It is your chance to win your share of $1.4 million in cash and trucks. For more info, visit the Rewards Club at Choctaw Casino Resort. So Monticello got the fast start, although they didn't call the face mask that I blatantly saw. They tacked that on to the end of the run at the 35, and Southeastern will have it at their own 40-yard line. 4:51 to go here in the first. Their worst starting field position of the half, by the way. They've cashed in touchdowns on the previous two possessions. Handoff, DJ Brown. Brown trying to get to the edge and gets maybe a yard, ran out of real estate coming to the near side. And again, it was the safety, Caden Dominy, making the stop.
Yeah, he's trying to get to the edge there, but he's trying to do it from to the short side of the field and just unable to stretch it far enough. Good job defensively. And quick update from an injury standpoint, it looks like Luke Hohenberger is on the training table and has ice strapped to one of his appendages, which would give us the impression that Mr. Duncan is going to have to take this the rest of the way, at least today.
So 2nd down and 9 here. Duncan in the gun, and one of the receivers was lined up in the neutral zone. They had to move him back. Duncan takes the snap, rolls right, throws on the run, pass caught. Victor Taylor, Southeastern first down into Boll Weevil territory at the 49.
Wow. Just wow. I mean, you see Duncan escape the pocket right there. Looked like a designed rollout. He gets out around the edge, throws that ball on the run, squares his shoulder. Ball just kind of
threw it low. I mean, got to credit Victor Taylor there a little bit. The ball came in low, and Taylor was able to make a great grab on it.
And Taylor went down and got it for sure.
1st down and 10 now. Snap back to Duncan. They'll hand off Brown over midfield and stopped at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play.
One of the Southeastern offensive linemen did his best to flop at the end of that play. I'm just going to call a spade, and didn't work. That just kind of looks a little funny when a guy that big falls backwards, and it didn't look like a whole lot happened to him. That said, nothing gained on 1st down there.
You obviously haven't watched the 20-year career of LeBron James.
Oh, I've watched
6'8",
it.
250.
I've watched it.
2nd down and 10 here. Duncan in the gun. Stacked twin receivers to each side. Duncan looking to pass, steps up in the pocket, now rolls out right, fakes the pass, stays on his feet, and still running, but a flag comes in. And a flag came in the backfield, and I don't know where that flag was intended to go because there was nothing but blue jerseys back there.
Yeah, that's an interesting.
Unless it's an extremely late holding call, and that appears to be the case. So that takes away what would have been a gain of, I believe, 7.
Well, Duncan showed his athleticism again there. Obviously, the hold is going to bring it back, but showed his athleticism there, getting out of the early issue with pressure. Escapes, pulls it down, and gets yardage. It looked a little awkward at the end of that run, but looks like he's okay.
So the penalty moves it back to the 41-yard line. And Duncan facing 2nd down and 20. Closing in on the 2-minute mark. Duncan with trips to the left, receives a snap, looking to pass, design screen, and just threw it out in front of DJ Brown. 3rd and 20 on the way. Real quick, station identification for the Southeastern Sports Network being heard on KYHD Valiant, KHKC Atoka, KZIG Colgate, KICM Ardmore, and KZRC. Mix 96.1 Durant, the flagship station of the Southeastern Sports Network. That failed attempt at the screenplay brings up 3rd down and 20, and it is the worst situation Southeastern has had in this half.
That's one the young quarterback will learn from. They can't all be fastballs, Jay. Sometimes you got to get a little touch and give your guy a chance to run with it.
Trips to the left and one to the right. Duncan looking to pass, steps up, rifles, and it goes through the outstretched hands of one Jax Sternberger.
Well, it looked like Sternberger came out of that break and sat down in the zone Duncan expected him to keep running, and that ball's out in front of him. I'm not sure that's not just a miscommunication.
There's a hurt boll weevil down on the field at the 28-yard line. He is shaken up. Not sure if it's a cramp. We'll step aside. Back after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
When you're dealing with an insurance company, you're already behind the eight ball. And the only way to get a level playing field is to hire an attorney.
We treat each and every case and each and every client as if they are a friend and neighbor because that is how we view them.
You'll get the best service. You're going to have the best people working on your case. That I can promise.
Burridge Law Firm. Call 580-920-0700 or visit burridgelaw.com.
What's your something?
My something is getting my very first apartment.
My something is staying on the cutting edge of the tech industry.
My something is to make a difference.
What's your something?
My something? Making every plate a work of art. There's something for you here.
Find your something at careers.choctawnation.com.
Traeger grills, they come in a variety of sizes, and you can find yours at Durant Lumber. Durant Lumber, where behind every project is a true value. And by the way, be sure to keep following the Southeastern Sports Network. We'll tell you how to win your very own Traeger grill from Durant Lumber this football season. So 4th down and 20 coming out of that injury timeout. 2 minutes to play here in the third. And on to punt it away. Logan Dorsey, his second punt of the evening, and that one he barely gets away. It was almost blocked, but he gets away a beautiful high spiraling punt that shoves Monticello inside their own 20. There was no opportunity to return for Collins, and with that, Monticello will begin at the 17-yard line as it's 34-13. Southeastern has been in control. They got the 2-for-1 at the end of the first half and the start of the second half. They took control there, made it 27-6. They added one more for good measure. But the last drive out, Tyler Webb threw a 75-yard bomb for Monticello.
And for his trouble, he gets replaced.
He's got a quarterback rating of 2,000 now, but quarterback it is Tavion Falk back at quarterback. Falk looking to pass. He tries his own air show. Goes deep. That one picked off. Snagged out of the air by Cameron Fields. Fields getting a big block and now has the sidelines. Can't keep his footing. And Southeastern has plus territory.
And a late flag there. It looks like it was an after-the-play deal.
Well, a helmet came off. Tatarian Johnson lost his headgear. And a mouthpiece, I believe, as well.
And Coach Atterbury is letting that official have it. I don't know.
And Coach Bo is livid Bo right now.
It looked like number 7 from Monticello was involved in the after-the-play fracas, but obviously I was watching the return and didn't see that happen. But let's give credit to the young man. Great coverage, tracks the ball in the air and makes a great play.
And let's see what they have here. The return was all the way down to the 15. But they're moving the ball back.
No, they're coming to – he stepped out of bounds right here.
Okay, yes. Face mask against Monticello appears to be the call. The ref mic not working. It's been a problem here at Paul Laird Field for the last couple of years as they will walk it off from the 37-yard line. And that will place the ball at the 22-yard line. And talking about Coach Bo, I employ the marketing arm here, Blake Allen. I want to have action figures of our coaches. I want angry Bo, angry Coach Green, angry Darren Grover, calm Darren Grover, calm Coach Green, calm Bo Atterbury.
I don't know that you need a calm Bo Atterbury. I don't think that ever happens, does it?
So with that interception by Cameron Fields, Southeastern setting now at the 22. Duncan, handoff, Jonathan Cobb from the 22 down to the 20-yard line.
Well, at this point, Southeastern wants to come out here, run the football. They want this drive to end in the end zone, but more importantly, they want this thing to take 5 or 6 minutes and basically put the finishing touches on this thing with only a portion of the fourth quarter left.
So a 2-yard gain for Jonathan Cobb, 2nd and 8, as LeVay Duncan in for the injured Luke Hohenberger. Duncan receives the snap, looks left, plants, fires toward Nunez, and another great grab, but he is taken out of bounds. Nunez had a miracle grab in the first half, and now there is a shaken up boll weevil down on the field. As
it's the player that was in the coverage, 38, and that one does look like a cramp.
Bird, a former teammate of Lockhart from Frisco Emerson.
And his teammate just saying, boy, man, that looks painful. How about stretching him out, my friend?
Clock is stopped with 57 seconds to go. Trainers come out to try and get him stretched out a little bit. So,
well, right there, Duncan sees it's a quick read. He's going to take the fade to Nunez. It's a good-looking throw, but the throw carries Nunez out of bounds. You want to see him learn from that, and he'll watch the tape and learn from it. And keep that ball in bounds, give your receiver a chance to come down with a 50-50 ball.
So, Southeastern winning on the scoreboard right now, 34-13, and apparently winning in the pregame hydration battle. We've seen far more cramping on the Monticello side of the field than the Southeastern side.
Yeah, it's been a rampant issue in this second half for the Boll Weevils. And you know what? Let's say this. We know how far it is to Monticello, Arkansas. They had to make that bus trip. That certainly doesn't help.
Made the trip yesterday. We're in town.
Okay.
So there is that.
But still, bottom line, they've had you're right, we're running the hydration battle, at least so far, knock on wood.
So with that incompletion, 3rd down and 8. Duncan, they'll fake the counter. He'll run, jump into the air. Now get a nice block from behind. He is shoved forward, a little tush-push action to the 15-yard line. Not designed as the tush-push, but still you get the point. It's going to bring up 4th down and 3 here.
Interesting call here, 34-13. You're up 21 points.
You're going into a quarter break. There's 6 seconds of differential. Try to maybe bark them off sides. And that appears to be exactly what they're doing, and credit the Boll Weevils. They stand pat here. I would assume Southeastern with 3 timeouts remaining, they may wait and burn one here at the end of this play clock that's now slid under 10 and is down to 7. Duncan, though, takes the snap. Duncan pumps, fires. Pass is caught right at the line to gain is Gabe Corona, the West Mesquite product. And that should move the sticks, and we'll move on into the 4th.
Hold on. I think that's closer than you think it is. That mark, not quite as good as I think it should have been. I thought he had it clearly down to the 12-yard line. They've got him marked a little short of that.
And they're going to, I believe, have an official review. And I do, at this point, miss the replay there from Bob Sullivan. Let's take a look at it again on the screen. And he is right at the 12. That's not
sure
a
looks
great
like it.
mark, I don't believe.
Looks like he might have gotten cheated a little bit on the spot.
And we don't have the Skyhawk camera here to figure out our first down.
Yeah.
We're doing it the old school chain gang way.
I don't think he got it with that spot.
And they did not. So a turnover on downs, and Monticello will take over.
Interesting to see if Bo decides to go with a challenge here, maybe. Is that a reviewable with that spot? I mean, he's got all 3 timeouts left. He's winning the football game. Might be a good place to use one. I don't know. Apparently not.
Cameron Fields, by the way, had the interception that started that drive. It was his 2nd career interception. Savage Storm, though, unable to punch that one in. And this appears to be the final play of the 3rd quarter, as Tavion Falk will take the snap inside his own 10. Snap coming from near the 12. Falk to pass, plenty of time over the middle, finds Collins, and Collins is just ridden into the turf. Taken down by Andrew Grissom, who had a big first quarter, and that ends the 3rd. Southeastern in control, 34-13, 15 minutes to go here in Durant. Back after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Since 1971, Westside Family Dentistry has been committed to enhancing the natural beauty and function of your smile while improving your oral and overall health. Using state-of-the-art technology, our friendly staff will take care of all your needs, from routine care, crown and bridge, implants, and even orthodontics, including Invisalign. Westside Family Dentistry is the premier choice to create beautiful, healthy smiles for the whole family.
At Excel Therapy, our expertise extends beyond sports. We also offer dedicated rehabilitation for seniors, helping you maintain mobility and independence. Plus, we provide effective workers' comp rehabilitation to support a speedy return to work. With clinics in Ardmore and Durant, Excel Therapy is the community's trusted choice for top-quality orthopedic and sports medicine care. Visit exceltherapyok.com to learn more. Excel Therapy, where we excel at helping you excel.
Welcome back, everyone. Paul Laird Field, Jay Lindley, alongside one Rob Johnson here on the Southeastern Sports Network. Back at it again. And the Savage Storm leading this one 34-13. Most recently, though, a turnover on downs, having Monticello, and I'm going to say start just beyond their 12. We'll argue about that spot for a while. Handoff. And after what was initially on the first play a pickup of 7, they pick up, or a pickup of 6, it's a pickup of 1 to the 20-yard line.
And credit Mr. Shanks for getting into the backfield, getting a hold of the runner, and bringing that play to a stop quickly when it looked like Monticello had basically abandoned the running game. There they try to run one, and Shanks is ready.
Take a look at the end of quarter numbers here after this snap to Tavion Falk. 5 wide as they send the back out of the backfield, and Falk is going to be dropped. Getting back there is D'Angelo Shanks, the returner from Westmore, Oklahoma. Had a sack and 4 tackles for a loss a year ago, and there's a sack back to the 18-yard line that will essentially end this drive.
And a great job by Shanks, not only getting the pressure, but being disciplined so that when Falk tried to step up in the pocket and try to escape, Shanks had kept his upfield shoulder free, was able to step back under the blocker and make the play.
Savage Storm, after 3 quarters, out gaining Monticello 311 to 262. That doesn't sound like a lot considering a 34-13 lead, but remember, a couple of turnovers for Southeastern and that big 66-yard kick return by Lockhart. Here's a shank off of the leg of Duhan. That's the first bad punt we've seen today from Dylan Duhan, and now we have a little after the fact with Seabach on top of a boll weevil over there on the far side.
Seabach and Shanks on top of a boll weevil. That might be something that goes back to earlier in the game because neither one of them looked like they were ready to get up anytime soon. And to your point, Shanks makes 2 great plays to get the punt, and then the punt in true fashion is a shank. Who knew? And here we are. Looks like when I try to hit a 5-iron, and here we are with a 17-yard punt or something, and Southeastern with a great opportunity to put a dagger in this one.
Land the plane, and let's end the word play, Rob. First down and 10 at the boll weevil 32. It's Duncan still in the game. Takes the snap under pressure immediately, and he is lit up. Had his first read out into the right flat, didn't like it, and Dejon Doss said, okay, let me take you down for a sack, and Doss has his first sack of the evening as that sack moves him back to the 39-yard line, a loss of 7 on the play.
Credit the young quarterback, though. He saw the read to the check down. It wasn't there. He could have thrown that and really put his running back in a bad spot, pulled it down, but just too many for him to block.
And then he took the punishment.
Yeah.
3 receivers to the right, including the big tight end, Jalen Banks. 1 receiver out left is Jack Sternberger. Duncan steps up into the pocket, now rolling out to his left, looking, now up the left sideline, and escapes in front of the Monticello bench. He'll be credited with a few yards gained up to the 43-yard line. A gain of 4 on that one.
And another good decision.
Not 43. I'm going blind here in reverse. The 37-yard line.
Chose to not put that ball in harm's way. So at this point, ahead by 21 points, the worst thing you can do is turn the football over. So good decision to get what he can get, and if you can make it on third down, so be it. If not, who knows, maybe you get close enough to try on fourth.
Storm now 6 of 12 on third downs here tonight. They are 0 for 1 on fourth. Here is 3rd and 15. They must make the 22. Back to pass. Duncan, design wide receiver screen. They find Victor Taylor. Taylor jets on 25, 20, 10. End zone. Touchdown Southeastern. No flags. And Victor Taylor adds a touchdown to his score column and is nearing the century mark in receiving on just 3 receptions here today.
I'll remind you, in pregame, I said this kid's ready to break out, and he's done it in a big way here tonight. Great job from the young quarterback on target throw, and then Taylor does what he does best with run after the catch all the way into the end zone.
So Taylor now with 109 yards receiving. But LeVay Duncan, with his first collegiate touchdown pass, he had a rushing score earlier in this game. And Southeastern has essentially put a dagger in this with 12:06 to go, barring any unforeseen change in circumstances. Dylan Cox on to kick the extra point into the south uprights with the waxing gibbous moon above. Snap is back. Kick is on the way. It slams off the Steubenville Chevrolet logo, and Storm lead here as we head on 41-13. Back after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Since 1971, Westside Family Dentistry has been committed to enhancing the natural beauty and function of your smile while improving your oral and overall health. Using state-of-the-art technology, our friendly staff will take care of all your needs, from routine care, crown and bridge, implants, and even orthodontics, including Invisalign. Westside Family Dentistry is the premier choice to create beautiful, healthy smiles for the whole family.
At XL Therapy, our expertise extends beyond sports. We also offer dedicated rehabilitation for seniors, helping you maintain mobility and independence. Plus, we provide effective workers' comp rehabilitation to support a speedy return to work. With clinics in Ardmore and Durant, XL Therapy is the community's trusted choice for top-quality orthopedic and sports medicine care. Visit xltherapyok.com to learn more. XL Therapy, where we excel at helping you excel.
Most points scored in the game last season occurred here at Paul Erd Field and at Spin-Life Wisely Stadium. It was 40 against Southern Nazarene University. Savage Storm have already put up 41, and we still have 12:06 to go here in the fourth. Here's Rob Johnson with another Texoma Chevy Dealer scoring drive recap.
Well, it follows a terrible punt. It's not a turnover, but it kind of looks like one. And it went 3 plays, 32 yards, 1 minute and 26 seconds off the clock, and Duncan finishes it off with the screen pass to Taylor. Most of it run after the catch, but either way you look at it, 37 yards and extension of this lead.
So, there's your Texoma Chevy Dealer scoring drive recap, where this month it is Chevy Truck Month. Be sure to find the Chevy truck right for you at your local Texoma Chevy dealers. And kicking this one will be Logan Dorsey. Dorsey gets a high end-over-end kick, fair caught, and then bobbled by Amari Cox. Fair caught that right at the 25-yard line, and 12:06 remains here in Durant, with Southeastern in control as Monticello comes back out, trailing big 41-13.
Starting to get a little chippy. You're seeing a lot of after-the-play stuff. You want to keep your discipline here. 41-13. There's a lot of football left, but that's a big lead. You just don't want to give them any kind of fuel or something to get them into this football game right now. Just keep your cool and keep playing.
You also don't want any mistakes that cost you playing time next week, where they'll be on the road at currently number 18 Ouachita Baptist. That game, a night game in Arkadelphia. Back to pass is the QB2 Tyler Webb. He throws a dart up the right sidelines, broken up at the end, just incomplete, and almost picked off by Josh Dobbins.
Had 2 players in the same place, and another instance of man coverage there. Good coverage from Southeastern. That ball was 3 or 4 yards out of bounds where it landed, though.
Tell you what, we've seen Tyler Webb throw 2 passes. I think Tavion Falk is a good quarterback. I mean, he's had certainly the deserving of the starting spot, but we've seen Webb throw 2 passes, and the kid, he can spin it.
Mm-hmm.
But with that being said, I'm not sure if he can move around, and maybe the Southeastern defensive front will show us that. Webb looking to pass, dumps it off, and what could have been a big hit turns out to be not much of anything. It's a catch and a gain for T.J. Fields. Not a great gain, only a pickup of 3 on the play. Coming up to make the hit was Titus Mascoy.
And give him credit. He could have unloaded right there, to your point, gotten a targeting or something, and gotten a lot of oohs and ahs from the crowd, but cost himself a first half next week. So he got the stop. Still a 3rd and 8. Got a chance to get off the field defensively.
Clock moving now, under 11:30 to go here in the 4th. As blitz being shown off the edge, Webb rolls out to his right, and it is picked off and snagged out of the air on the far side, making that interception.
And there's
was
the flag.
Joseph Jones.
And then Jones decided to throw the ball in the air. It ended up over here on the near side. You see the official picking up that ball. That's the ball that was intercepted. So Jones went out of bounds and threw the ball. And immediately the flag comes out, so you're going to get a -15. And Coach Atterbury will have a discussion with the young man. He made a great play defensively, undercutting the pass and making the pick. Got to keep your head there.
Jones, who last year, the senior from Arlington, Texas, had 18 tackles and a forced fumble as well as an interception. So they move Southeastern back from the dead ball spot, and that will situate the Savage Storm in minus territory at their own 49-yard line. But how about the defense so far here tonight? You've had, on special teams, a blocked field goal, a blocked extra point. You have had a pair of interceptions and a fumble recovery.
And now you've got a 3rd-team quarterback in to close this one out.
You also have the freshman tailback in Cameron Lockhart in as well. Swing pass out to Lockhart, and Lockhart, it could be a live ball, young man. Colton Howard, the freshman out of Zapulpa, Oklahoma, a transfer in from Emporia State. Another one of those young quarterbacks they're really high on, a 6'2", 195-pound freshman. We've got to see LeVay Duncan lead a couple of scoring drives, and now we get to see another, and hopefully nothing too wrong with Luke Hohenberger, but that is the case. It is nice to have the ability to get Colton Howard, who is 3rd on the depth chart, some snaps here in real game action, and it's coming with under 11:30 to go in the 4th. Handoff, Lockhart dancing, spins to his right, lowers his shoulder, and I'm not sure really who took the abuse there. I think Lockhart
got more abuse than Lockhart. I think he delivered the contact. Tape or any of that stuff, just play football.
Know who go back here in time a little bit after this 3rd and 5 snap. And here is a handoff to Lockhart trying to make the edge, picks up maybe a yard. Of course, undersized back. He wears number 33. Dallas Cowboys in action tonight. A little Tony Dorsett action. He's got some wheels, that's for sure. We saw it on the kick return earlier.
Well, and real quick, Dallas Cowboys not only in action but leading the Philadelphia Eagles at the 2-minute warning in the NFL. First half, they were leading 17-14. Maybe Jerry had us all fooled.
Don't you dare. You want to break an FCC violation, do it. There you go. There's a good way to do it. Timeout taken here by Coach Bo Atterbury, and Bo is upset about something. We step aside, Storm up 41-13. Back after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Beer runs, straight up competitive. And the wine cellar, we're MVP. From ice cold game day beer to craft brews that impress your hipster buddies. And premium spirits smoother than a quarterback spiral. We've got your victory celebration in a bottle. Don't show up empty-handed. Show up legendary. And proud partner of the Southeastern Sports Network. The Wine Cellar Liquor Store, Radio Road, Durant. Drink better. Celebrate more.
This August and September at Choctaw Casino and Resort Durant, we're giving away $1.4 million in cash and trucks during our Gas Monkey Garage giveaway. Play with your Choctaw Rewards Club card to earn entries into cash drawings every Saturday. And in our final drawing on September 27th, Richard Rawlings will announce the winner of a custom 2025 F-150 from Gas Monkey Garage. Only at Choctaw Casino and Resort Durant.
Back in time for this punt that flies from the leg of Dorsey and checks at the 14. See where they mark it out at. And they have it out at the 13-yard line. We welcome you back to Paul Laird Field here at Spin Life Wisely Stadium. Jay Lindley alongside Rob Johnson. It's going to be a nice night for Southeastern. They're going to open the season with a win for the first time in a while. They'd lost 3 straight season openers.
And to your point, Monticello had been starting the last few years on a heater, winning their openers. So things have flipped it so far in 2025 to the other way.
Monticello also had started the last 2 seasons 2-0 as remaining in the game here, as here is a handoff to Collins. The ball pops loose. It's picked up by a member of Southeastern. Another takeaway for the Savage Storm defense.
That's twice for Collins. He's the one that got blown up on the little slant down here that got loose. There, he's out in space, and you can see the speed. He gets nuked, and the ball just immediately comes out, and Johnny on the spot. That one caused by, I can't see if he'll get up anytime soon.
So the 4th takeaway of the night for Southeastern, and they're set up in plus territory as we watch the slow-mo. And coming up, making that hit was Trey Martin, and that's a great story because Martin a year ago was a starter, had the ankle injury, did not play the back half of the season. And the senior from Dalworth, Texas, forcing that fumble, and now Southeastern setting at the Boll Weevil 27-yard line. Remaining in at quarterback, Colton Howard. Howard will hand off, and Lockhart shot out of a cannon.
I think you'll see if when he first gets this handoff and goes through the line of scrimmage, that ball pops loose. He has to sort of pause and reach up and catch it. If he's able to hang on to it the whole time, he might have closed that one out.
On the play will bring up 2nd down and 2 for Southeastern.
So 2nd down and 2 to go here. We crawl under the 9-minute mark. Mentioned Southeastern season high in points a year ago, 40. They have 41 on the scoreboard today. Another handoff here, Lockhart to the edge, 15, Lockhart 10, and finally runs out of real estate on the far side of the field as Aries Jones, the defensive back from Sherman, Texas, getting over there, making that stop, was a starter a year ago, got replaced in the starting lineup by that junior from Louisiana Monroe and Charles Thomas. Jones getting the tackle on the far side of the field.
Southeastern all too pleased to use most of the play clock every time here. Bottom line there, it's a big lead that everybody just wants to get in the locker room with no more injuries.
Lockhart remains the deep back. To the left of the quarterback, Colton Howard receives the snap. Handoff Lockhart. Saw it, spins out of a tackle, reverses field, but great open field tackle made by the linebacker, Dejon Doss. And down to the 9-yard line goes Lockhart. So gain of 1 on the play. 2nd and goal from the 9 coming here.
Well, I'll give it to the freshman. He's electric now. He's not you said it, he's undersized, and you could tell that he is. That's it. He'll get bigger, and he has got, as they say, the juice to change a game.
So 4 different running backs have taken carries in this game thus far. One thing that I'll touch on that's been interesting, and we of course, maybe a little bit of a change in the coordinators as well. As a snap back to Howard. Howard tries to spin out of trouble. Nothing going there. Looked like maybe a zone read as Keyshawn Noriega gets back there. Brings him down. Lost to the 14. We have not seen any sort of jet sweeps, anything to the speedy receivers like a Gabe Corona or anything like that. They have done some side-to-side, but for the most part, it's been north-south between the tackles running.
And with the new running coordinator, perhaps that's what they want to do. Perhaps they've got some of that other stuff and don't want to show all of it at this point, and this has been a game that they've pretty well dominated start to finish, and maybe they're keeping some of that close to the vest.
Now jumped out 13-0. And then led 20-6. That lead would balloon with the end of first half and first of second half possessions, both going for 7 points. They would set ahead at 34-6 at one point before settling into this 41-13 lead with 6:32 to go here in the fourth.
Delay a game there, just moves them back 5 yards. One thing I do want to point out, Hohenberger's down there on the sidelines. No ice anymore. Obviously won't return to this one because there's no need, but perhaps a good sign that he's not still got the ice on that leg.
So Howard in the gun, has Lockhart to his right. Receives a snap, looks, steps up, fires left side, pass caught. Now jetting in on the numbers, and inside the 10 down to the 7-yard line is Caden Carter, the senior out of Hebron High School, the Carrollton ISD, making that catch and run. And 4th and goal now from the 8,
Best part of that play is a completion that gets the clock moving and keeps it moving. It takes another 40 seconds off the clock, and now you're even going to get the seldomly seen backup kicker in here to get a shot at this field goal.
Yeah, one Dane Castleberry from Sherman, Texas. Saw a lot of his kicks throughout his high school career, and he will line up this chip shot field goal from 25 yards out on the left hash. Snap is back, hold is down, and Castleberry's kick is good. Storm lead 44-13, 5:20 to go in the fourth. Savage Storm football continues in a moment on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Sparlin Realty is dedicated to achieving your goals and will always do what's in your best interest. For residential and commercial properties, farm, ranch, and land purchases, you'll feel good about your choice of Sparlin Realty.
At Sparlin Realty, there's nothing more gratifying than achieving your goals and earning your trust along the way.
Whether you're selling your property or buying your dream home, it would be our privilege to assist you. Please call us today at 580-745-1055
or SparlinRealty.com.
Shamrock Bank is an employee-owned company based in southeastern Oklahoma. We are a proud sponsor of Savage Storm Athletics. Many of our employee owners are alumni of Southeastern and know firsthand the opportunities higher education can bring. Our success is tied to the success of the communities we serve. Come see the difference employee ownership makes. At Shamrock Bank, you are more than a customer, we are more than a bank. Shamrock Bank, member FDIC.
Welcome back, everyone. Just in time for your U.S. Cellular kickoff. As here is Dylan Cox. And this end-over-end kick, fair caught at the 20-yard line. As that your U.S. Cellular kickoff. U.S. Cellular, be sure to check into us mode and check in for your chance to win in the 10K giveaway. It's pretty easy to sign up. You don't have to go anywhere. You can just go to the website, giveaway.uscellular.com, and enter the 10K Life in Us Mode sweepstakes for your chance to win $10,000. Here's Rob Johnson with your Texoma Chevy Dealer scoring drive recap.
Well, 6 plays. It only went 18 yards. Most importantly, 4 minutes and 22 seconds off of this clock. And Castleberry with his first career field goal from 25 yards.
That brought to you by Chevrolet, where this month it is Chevy Truck Month. Chevy Truck Month has arrived. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. We'll talk about something else that's been rugged, powerful, and dependable. How about the Southeastern run game and the defensive front seven? They have racked up tackles. There hasn't been a lot of running for Monticello tonight, just a 2-yard pickup there. And here is 2nd down and 8 at their own 27-yard line. Tyler Webb remains the quarterback, looking to pass. He can spin it, and he spins it almost into the arms of a defensive back. Lurking back there was Keith Wright Jr., the senior safety out of Wayne State and a Longview, Texas native. Incomplete pass brings up 3rd down and 8.
At this point, I think both teams would be all too pleased to get on the bus, so to speak. Obviously, Savage Storm just has to go to their locker room. They're just ready to get this one done, no more injuries.
Boll Weevils are 0 for their last 3 on 3rd downs. So far tonight, setting just 3 of 9. Webb to pass, steps up into the pocket, will now turn on the Jets right side, and then is escorted out of bounds. First, it was a shoulder nudge from Bryant Watts, the linebacker that cut off his path to any real yardage gained and out of bounds as he is finished over there on the far side by the defensive back Josh Dobbins. Clock continues to roll here.
4th down and Monticello bringing the punt team out. That's again just evidence that everybody ready to get this thing done.
Waving the white flag
yes.
with that. You know, for us, it takes about 6.5 hours to drive. You know, we had Eric Studeville on. Eric, I know you fly, sir. If you're listening at home, we'll give you a lot of love on the broadcast if you fly Rob and I out to Monticello yearly. Here's an end-over-end kick. Checks up in front of Andre Williams. Picked up at the 27 to the edge. Makes the 40. Can he make a cut? He does. He's to midfield and still on his feet. And there's a flag back at the 33-yard line.
I don't know why they're blowing the whistle. Nobody marked him out of bounds. I mean, I get the flag, but I don't know why we were blowing the whistle unless I missed something.
They say they stepped out at the 42, and I'm going to say we need an optometrist sponsor because I'm not sure he was anywhere near the hash mark.
Yeah, I didn't see that at all. Now, that said, the flag is going to negate whatever return ever ended up happening anyway, but that looked like one of those, y'all don't need to get to 50, relax, we're done, blow the whistle. You know what? Now I hope they get to 50.
And so, apparently a Savage Storm fan not pleased with it. I'm not quite sure what he said, but I'm pretty sure might not have passed the FCC.
It wasn't thank you.
Might not have passed FCC muster. So, back to the 20-yard line goes Southeastern. 3:42 to go here. Season home opener. It's looked pretty so far. Savage Storm will have their hands full coming up here in a week. They'll go on the road to Arkadelphia, taking on Ouachita Baptist. Ouachita Baptist taking on East Central and head in a tight one there, 16-7 last check. Snap back to Howard, and a new tailback, and a big run here over the right side as the new tailback into the game. Chancey Lester Jr., a sophomore out of Midwest City, Oklahoma, a former Bomber, and a transfer in from Northeastern Oklahoma A&M. So he's a Bomber and a Norseman. And there he picks up 20 yards. You know, kind of has he's a little bit taller, but we were looking for our Ryan Hurt candidate. That might be him,
There
Rob.
he is, the Bomber Norseman. I love it.
So here he is in the pistol lined up behind Howard. Likely seeing a lot of ground game here the rest of the way. And it is Lester Jr. who takes the handoff and still motoring along, picks up 3 hard-earned yards as the clock will continue to run. They will have to take a snap before the 2-minute timeout, as there is about a 6-second differential. So Southeastern, we take a look at their schedule ahead. They'll begin the year 1-0. On the road next week, a night game against Ouachita Baptist. Then it is back here at home. Second longest running rivalry for the school as they take on Southwestern Oklahoma State. The Bulldogs in town for a 6 o'clock Saturday night kickoff. Snap back and another handoff to Lester Jr., who will plow right behind the center and will pick up 5. Nearest third and a manageable 2 as we hit upon the 2-minute timeout. Southeastern up 44-13. They've been in control from the get-go and looking to move to 1-0 to start this year. course, coming up, we'll have the final stanza in this one back after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Sparlin Realty is dedicated to achieving your goals and will always do what's in your best interest. For residential and commercial properties, farm, ranch, and land purchases, you'll feel good about your choice of Sparlin Realty.
At Sparlin Realty, there's nothing more gratifying than achieving your goals and earning your trust along the way.
Whether you're selling your property or buying your dream home, it would be our privilege to assist you. Please call us today at 580-745-1055
or SparlinRealty.com.
Shamrock Bank is an employee-owned company based in southeastern Oklahoma. We are a proud sponsor of Savage Storm Athletics. Many of our employee owners are alumni of Southeastern and know firsthand the opportunities higher education can bring. Our success is tied to the success of the communities we serve. Come see the difference employee ownership makes. At Shamrock Bank, you are more than a customer, we are more than a bank. Shamrock Bank, member FDIC.
Out of the 2-minute timeout for this 3rd down and 2. Southeastern accomplishes a first down. And if they were to do that, that would pretty much ice this game. Be down to a couple of knees here. A handoff, Lester Jr. over the middle, but he wants to keep on rolling along over midfield. He rumbles ahead to the 47-yard line, and that'll be a Southeastern first down, and the Storm move the sticks. And the Storm move comfortably into the win column here to open 2025.
Well, now you're getting close to 200 yards rushing. I kind of want to see him get to that number. What do we have so far?
With 5 different running backs, by the way. And that run, putting Lester as your highest yardage running back in cleanup duty with 38 yards. They're at 194, Rob. Here's another handoff to Lester Jr., and there's your 6 and then some. 35 ahead. It is a first down run. And it does move Southeastern over 200 yards rushing on the evening.
Boy, that's something you really wanted to see. It was never really, and you know what? You never really saw a long run. They were just nice and patient with it, and it's paid off here late.
Get this. You have 200 yards passing, 200-plus yards rushing. You want balance. It doesn't get any more balance than that. Over 400 yards of offense today. Add in 4 takeaways. A block field goal and a block extra point. Not a bad evening here at Paul Laird Field. Crowd beginning to exit stage right below us. The press box here at Spend Life Wisely Stadium. Handoff Lester Jr. running left side and taking down a yard into the run.
Now at this point, I would expect them to just take a knee. Little bit of difference between play clock and game clock, but they're to the point now that they can just and Monticello doesn't look that they're going to cause any resistance either.
So the clock inching down, 5-second differential, and they will get into that victory formation as we get ready for the Choctaw Casino Resort postgame show. That coming up for you here in just a bit. Our postgame conversation with Coach Bo Atterbury. And in addition to that, of course, Coach Bo, this is his first season opening win since coming back as they win here today handedly 44-13. And coming up, the Choctaw Casino Resort postgame show. We get it fired up next on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Jamie Johnson, live in concert.
Ain't nothing like the cost of living high.
The award-winning songwriting master.
Nothing says job well done like 21 guns.
Friday, September 26th at Choctaw Grand Theater.
I'm burning the midnight gas.
You can purchase tickets at Ticketmaster.com.
Should have seen it in.
Presented by Choctaw Casino Resort Durant.
Life is yours to spend. Spend it apart. Spend it together. Spend a little now. Spend a lot later. Spend it fearlessly. Spend it faithfully. First United Bank. Spend life wisely.
Visit Durant, Oklahoma, where the people are just as special as our town. From our bustling Main Street full of boutiques, stores, and recreational shops everyone can enjoy, to our wide variety of family-friendly and fine dining options. You can enjoy cultural experiences at the newly opened Choctaw Cultural Center, or tons of water recreation activities on Lake Texoma. Durant is a weekend of fun waiting to happen. Plan your next adventure at discoverdurant.com.
Chevy makes America's most dependable trucks, like the rugged Colorado, the highly capable Silverado 1500, the powerful Silverado HD, and the uncompromising Silverado EV. In every Chevy truck, dependability comes standard.
It's Chevy Truck Month. Well-qualified buyers can get 2.9% financing for 72 months on Silverado 1500 models.
Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Welcome back, everyone. Paul Laird Field, Southeastern Savage Storm football opening the season here victorious. Big 44-13 win. Little celebration going on down at the midfield logo. Of course, the new logo, the new turf here at Paul Laird Field. And we await to hear from one Rob Johnson as well as Coach Bo Atterbury. Atterbury right now has his guys in a big huddle on the midfield logo. Offensively, though, they get it done. They go over 400 yards of offense here this afternoon, or this evening, I should say. And that's a big balanced attack. They got it done offensively and defensively. 4 takeaways today as we get set to go down to Rob Johnson, and a big mob coming toward Rob. Coach Bo at the 45, so you might want to start making your way that direction, Rob. On the midfield logo, Rob. And just keep on going.
My way.
So we await Rob as Coach Atterbury give it.
There they are.
And there is Rob Johnson with Coach Bo Atterbury. So let's go ahead and go down to Bo and Rob. Rob, take it away.
Well, Coach, can't win them all unless you win the first one.
There you have it. I thought it was a good team win. Both sides of the ball gave a couple of big ones up defensively, but, they got some players over there too, so good on them. And I wish we would have finished just a touch better in some areas, but like the way we played together and complimented each other in all 3 phases.
Well, you said all 3 phases. Defensively, +4 in the turnover margin, but for the couple of big plays, you had to be pretty pleased with that.
Absolutely. And we knew they had some guys that could go a little bit, and they got over the top of us, and it happens. But I like the way we responded. That was the biggest thing. We kept it about us and responded in good and bad situations, and moved along relatively quickly and got back where we needed to be.
Special teams, you had the blocked kick or blocked field goal, and then you had the blocked extra point. And then offensively, 44 points, over 200 yards rushing. That had to be a nice start.
Yeah, that was really good. Proud of those guys, and again, got a lot of guys, a lot of good reps, and give them a day off or two to enjoy it, and then we know where we're going next week.
You know what? We're not going to worry about that, Coach. You know why? This is your first opening season win.
Oh, it is.
Since you came back to Savage Storm. So congratulations on that, and we'll worry about whoever that bunch is in a few days.
Thanks, Rob. Thank you, guys.
Of course, right there, Coach Bo Atterbury with one Rob Johnson. At least Rob didn't shock the world out there. Of course, the final score here today, 44-13. It is the Choctaw Casino Resort postgame show. Some big-time acts coming to the Choctaw Grand Theater. How about local Evan Felker from Wright City, Oklahoma? He's a Turnpike Troubadour, and he is back at Choctaw Casino Resort Durant coming up this month here in just a couple of weeks on September 20th. Also, Jamie Johnson coming to the Grand Theater. Hey, and if you want to go heavy, Lamb of God will be here on September 25th. So, again, that all at the Choctaw Grand Theater. For ticket info, visit ChoctawCasinos.com and click the live entertainment banner. Coming up, we will continue on. We've got hard hats to hand out, brought to you by Durant Lumber. They're on the way after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Steubenville Chevrolet in Durant is proud to support Savage Storm Athletics. And with the same pride, resilience, and strength as Savage Storm fans, Steubenville Chevrolet is proud to be Durant Chevy dealer. When you need a new car, truck, or SUV, the Stuteville team is ready to find your perfect tailgate vehicle. No need to leave town to find what you want. Stay local, buy your Chevrolet the Stuteville way, and go Savage Storm.
We recently asked listeners to describe the super nachos off the Taco Casa's super menu. Here are their stories.
I love that when you order the super nachos to go, they separate the chips from the toppings into different containers so that I get to have crispy chips.
The Super Nachos, only on the Super Menu at Taco Casa, located on 1st Street in Durant and southbound 75 in Calera. Taco Casa, real fresh, real food, real good.
Since 1971, Westside Family Dentistry has been committed to enhancing the natural beauty and function of your smile while improving your oral and overall health. Using state-of-the-art technology, our friendly staff will take care of all your needs, from routine care, crown and bridge, implants, and even orthodontics, including Invisalign. Westside Family Dentistry is the premier choice to create beautiful, healthy smiles for the whole family.
Craving bold flavors and good vibes? Come on down to El Caporal Mexican Restaurant and Bar, your local fiesta headquarters. Sizzle your taste buds with Tex-Mex favorites, fresh seafood dishes, and don't forget their legendary top-shelf margaritas. Shaken, stirred, and always served with a smile. Whether it's date night, family night, or Margarita Monday, El Caporal is the place to be. El Caporal, where every night feels like a fiesta. Visit today. Taste the tradition, stay for the fun.
Welcome back, everyone. Choctaw Casino Resort post-game show, and it's time for us to hand out some hard hats, as hard hats provided to you each and every season by Durant Lumber. Traeger grills, they come in a variety of sizes. You can find yours at Durant Lumber in the heart of downtown Durant, and you could win your very own Traeger grill courtesy of Durant Lumber and the Southeastern Sports Network. We'll have more details to come on that here in the weeks ahead. So hard hats, let's hand them out, and let's begin on the offensive side of the ball. And let's begin with Victor Taylor. Taylor goes over 109 yards receiving today, 3 catches, including a long of 62, but that wasn't even his scoring play. He did come up with a touchdown reception here in this one. Other hard hats to be handed out today. How about the freshman tailback and kick returner, Cameron Lockhart? He starts the game. The first time we see him is the opening kick of the second half, a 66-yard return, and then in closeout time with the Storm up and in control, 5 carries for 23 yards here in this one. Taking a look at the defensive side of the ball, hard hats going out to Andrew Grissom. Grissom made a name for himself today, 8 tackles, including a tackle for a loss and 6 solo stops and takeaways. They were key here today as the Savage Storm, they had 4 takeaways in this game. Cameron Fields had a big one, an interception with a return for 19 yards, and a hard hat going out to D'Angelo Shanks, who had the lone sack in this game. And Savage Storm with this one going away 44-13. Again, hard hats brought to you by Durant Lumber, where behind every project is a true value. Well, myself and Rob, we are checking out, but the Choctaw Casino Resort post-game show continues on. We'll have a look at the Great American Conference scoreboard as well as a recap of this one with the great Bob Sullins. But for myself and Rob, until next week when we come to you live at 6:20 from Arkadelphia, Arkansas, as the Savage Storm take on Ouachita Baptist, I am Jay Lindley signing off. Storm winning this one big, 44-13. And you've been watching and listening to it on the Southeastern Sports Network.
The Artisan at Brick Street Hotel in historic downtown Durant, where elevated American cuisine meets craft cocktails in a refined yet comfortable atmosphere. Every dish is crafted with quality ingredients, locally sourced, curated to perfection with unparalleled service. Whether it's brunch, lunch, or a special night out, The Artisan is your perfect destination with private, semi-private, and large party reservations available. Reserve your table today at theartisandurant.com. Theartisandurant.com.
45% of people put off buying life insurance, according to industry research. Insuring yourself and your family can help you be more prepared in the event of an illness or a tragic accident. Call your local Farmers agent Al Olson and discover coverage options that you can tailor to your priorities and budget. To learn more about your covered options, call Al Olson at 580-924-3898.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Life insurance issued by Farmers New World Life Insurance Company, Bellevue, Washington. Industry research conducted by Lima, and Life Happens in 2021.
Well, it was all Southeastern here in the season opener at Paul Laird Field as we continue on with the Choctaw Casino and Resort post-game show as we look at some of the highlights from tonight's game. Southeastern jumped out to an early lead. They were up 13-0. It was 13-6. They got the ball last in the first half, and this was a great play. First by quarterback Luke Hohenberger to set it up, then by Matt Nunez, the tight end. I think that's supposed to be this play, but no, it's not. Let's look. Okay. Well, those aren't going to work. I'm sorry. I apologize. Let's look at some of the second half highlights. Donovan Shannon had a nice touchdown catch. Let's look at that. A little swing out to the outside. Breaks one tackle. Turns on the Jets. He's at the 20. He could go 10-5. Got a good block downfield to get into the end zone. At that point, Southeastern was up 27-6 early in the third. The defense contributed. Big hit. Look at the defense came to play today. This caused a fumble, and the Savage Storm recovered one of their 4 turnovers they forced in the contest. So it was a good all-around game for the Savage Storm. Let's see what else. Let's look at this highlight real quick. That was late in the game, a little swing-out pass. Does it go for – not quite, almost got into the end zone. But the Savage Storm won it easily this evening, 44-13, the final score to go 1-0 on the season, and a good start to the season. A lot of guys, as Coach Atterbury said, a lot of guys got into the game, and he called it reps, a lot of reps, but I thought overall good discipline. There were only a couple of penalties in the first half, not a lot of jumping off sides or procedures, jumping early on the count, so it was good coordination, and the Savage Storm controlled this game. They were ahead 20-6 at halftime. They took a 34-13 lead into the fourth quarter, added 10 more points to win it 44-13. Final numbers, Southeastern was able to run the ball effectively, especially in the second half, and that's when you want to do it. When you've got the lead and you just want to run the ball, and the defense tires out a little bit, you do it in the second half. 216 total yards on the ground, 423 overall compared to 281. For the Boll Weevils, Monticello ended up the game with only 49 yards rushing, a couple of sacks in there late in the football game. Luke Hohenberger had a good game today. He was 8 of 12 before he left with an injury, 156 yards and a touchdown. LeVay Duncan came in relief. I thought he was outstanding. He only threw 6 passes, completed 3, for one of them for a touchdown for 49 yards, but he's a big, strong guy. He ran the ball a couple of times. Leading rusher in the game was kind of spread around. Chancey Lester, who came in late, actually led the team with 55 yards running. DJ Brown had 33, and Luke Hohenberger had 29, along with Donovan Shannon, who had 29 as well. So a pretty dominating win as Southeastern wins it by the final of 44-13. We'll come back and look at some of the scores going on. Cowboys and Eagles, Thursday night football to kick off the NFL season. It's a close game. I'm telling you, it's a close game. We'll see what the halftime score is coming up. It is the Choctaw Casino and Resort. Let me get that shot back over here. Choctaw Casino and Resort post-game show here on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Turnpike Troubadours are coming live to Durant.
Picking up barges on a long hot summer day. Well, good Lord,
Burning up the stage at Choctaw Grand Theater on Saturday, September 20th. A masterful live show like no other.
Mama warned you about
Turnpike Troubadours.
sin and smoke.
You can purchase tickets at Ticketmaster.com. Choctaw Casino Resort Durant.
Shelburne Heating and Air is the choice for all your residential and commercial needs. Service and installation on brands you know and trust. Carrier, Trane, Luxair, Mitsubishi, and American Standard. Shelburne Heating and Air specializes in optimizing the performance of your heating and cooling system. Here to help you improve your indoor comfort. Shelburne Heating and Air, your locally owned heating and air experts. For contact info, visit ShelburneHeatAir.com.
Cherokee Communications believes good things come in threes, like three-pointers, epic movie trilogies, and great home service. That's why Cherokee offers HD TV, high-speed internet, and home phone. And right now, you can get any service or all three for one low cost. Get HD TV, internet, and home phone from Cherokee Communications and score 3 for the home team. Visit CherokeeCom.com today.
Final score tonight from Paul Laird Field, season opener, 44-13. Southeastern with a big win on the Choctaw Casino and Resort post-game show. Let's look at some of the other scores in week 1 of the Great American Conference. Close game going on up the road in Ada. It's 16-14, Washington on top with 2:50 to go in the third. That game started about an hour later than everybody else. Southern Arkansas has won their game. It's a final. They beat Oklahoma Baptist at home in Magnolia 49-14. Tech over Southwestern in Weatherford 32-10. That is a final. And, okay, do we have some other? I guess some of the other games are finals, too. Let me see if I can get those scores for you. I know one game that's going on it is a final now as Henderson State ran away with it, playing at home against Southern Nazarene. There was a close game in the first half, but 48-13, the final score. And what other score do we have here? Let's see if I can pull up this one. Northwestern playing at home against Harding. The final there was 49-7. Harding with the victory. So you're caught up to date for all the scores in the GAC. Let's see what that Thursday night game is. It's 21-20. Start of the third quarter. The Eagles leading the Cowboys in the season opener. So that's a good game. Got outstanding football coming up Saturday in Norman. The OU Sooners hosting Michigan in that one. And so we're going to wrap up our broadcast in just a moment. Southeastern with a victory this afternoon. And we'll be back to final thoughts as Southeastern starts the season 1-0. They head to Washita Baptist next week to take on the Tigers. And we'll take this time out. The postgame show brought to you by Choctaw Casino and Resort.
Durant Lumber Company, your only locally home-owned lumber and true value hardware store at 115 South 3rd Street, has been a supporter of our community's local schools and athletes for over 100 years. You know Durant Lumber for all of their high-quality building materials. Now, get to know Durant Lumber for all of your game day needs with Traeger grills, wood pellets, outdoor furniture, and more. Durant Lumber, in the heart of downtown Durant. Quality products, competitive prices. Durant Lumber Company. Behind every project is a true value.
Dive into the new Ultimate Trio at your neighborhood Applebee's of Durant, where every combo is a winning play. Pick, mix, and score for just $14.99. Who will you draft? Will it be chicken quesadillas with chipotle lime salsa, or boneless wings with house-made ranch or blue cheese? With 10 apps and 10 dips to combine, any combination could be the winning play. The Ultimate Trio, only at your neighborhood Applebee's of Durant, 1001 Westside Drive, open till midnight Sunday through Thursday and open till 1 a.m. Fridays and Saturdays.
At Excel Therapy, our expertise extends beyond sports. We also offer dedicated rehabilitation for seniors, helping you maintain mobility and independence. Plus, we provide effective workers' comp rehabilitation to support a speedy return to work. With clinics in Ardmore and Durant, Excel Therapy is the community's trusted choice for top-quality orthopedic and sports medicine care. Visit exceltherapyok.com to learn more. Excel Therapy, where we excel at helping you excel.
Shamrock Bank is an employee-owned company based in southeastern Oklahoma. We are a proud sponsor of Savage Storm Athletics. Many of our employee owners are alumni of Southeastern and know firsthand the opportunities higher education can bring. Our success is tied to the success of the communities we serve. Come see the difference employee ownership makes. At Shamrock Bank, you are more than a customer, we are more than a bank. Shamrock Bank, member FDIC.
Again, the final score tonight on our Choctaw Casino and Resort postgame show, 44-13, Southeastern with a victory as they move to 1-0. Arkansas Monticello falls to 0-1, and that, as Jay and Rob mentioned, that's a 3-year season opener losing streak for Coach Bo Atterbury that goes away. And the Savage Storm start off, and they played well at home in front of the home fans. That's always an outstanding thing. I want to thank everybody for a broadcast. Noah Fowler, Derek Reed. We had Luke on the cameras and Michael Gabbard, and for Jay and Rob, this is going to wrap up our broadcast. Join us next week. We'll have the radio broadcast from Washita. Let me see what time the kickoff is on that one, if I can do that real quick. Just bear with me. Bear with me here, because the Savage Storm will play. Sometimes they have some weird starting times over there in at Arkadelphia, at Washita. Let me open this up. This is live radio. Okay, so next, it's a week from Saturday, a 7 p.m. kickoff at Washita Baptist University. You can hear that on Mix 96.1. Pregame gets underway at about 6:20. All right, that's going to wrap things up. Thanks to everybody. This has been a Keystone Broadcasting Sports presentation.
This has been Savage Storm Football on the Southeastern Sports Network. The Savage Storm are brought to you by Choctaw Casinos and Resorts, First United Bank, the Chutta Foundation, in the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma. Savage Storm Athletics are sponsored by U.S. Cellular, Shelburne Heating and Air, Cherokee Communications, and El Caporal. The Savage Storm are also brought to you by Burridge Law, Westside Family Dentistry, Stuteville Chevrolet, and Shamrock Bank. Also sponsoring the Savage Storm, Taco Casa, your local Texoma Chevy dealers, Excel Therapy, and The Wine Cellar. The Savage Storm are brought to you in part by Sparlin Realty, Applebee's, The Artisan at Brick Street Hotel, Buffalo Wild Wings, and Arnett Insurance. The Savage Storm are sponsored in part by Durant Lumber, your farmer's insurance agent, Al Olson, Discover Durant, Blue River Winery, and Green Spray Food Center. Thank you for joining us on the Southeastern Sports Network.